All right, we are back with the After Hours live
Hello,
with
everybody.
Travis Perpetual Project. He's driving right now in the old 12 valve Cummins. While Mrs. Perpetual Project is handling the phone. Yeah.
Hopefully, our drive is not too long and we have internet when we get there. My phone's been working okay. We just didn't want to take a chance on the regular show. So,
Yeah.
oh wait, I have a red light. I should probably wait.
Yeah. Yeah. Obey all traffic laws. We do not want a Chucky experience where you get pulled over because
It won't go as good for me as it did for him.
That's kind of what I'm thinking. It probably wouldn't go as good for you as it did for him.
Don't worry, there's no cops here.
Yeah.
I don't get paid enough.
Sorry. Yeah, we got that on live, so now if you get pulled over, we know whose fault it is.
Yes, we do. I'll tell them to arrest her and we'll get that live.
Yeah. She may or may not have a bunch of weed in her pocket.
Hey now. Wait, it's legal here.
Legal
Fine.
Oh, well, yeah. I guess that won't work.
Burnout.
No. Yeah.
We're not going to break the Dodge on YouTube Live.
Come on. Amber can step out and he can get it live. There's no cops. She just said there's no cops.
Yeah. I will not be pressured into this.
It's a Dodge. It could take it.
It probably can, but these tires are expensive.
You're not going to burn much off of them. Yeah, Richard says Mexico test hit. Come on.
Make the what?
Mexico test it. Mexico test it.
Oh, yeah. We are. It's smoking a little bit. No, it's not. Sorry. It's just going to get a little bumpy. It's concrete right here. No, I don't like fixing stuff, so I don't abuse this truck very much. Like, it's got plenty of power to be abused. I just don't. I don't want to put a transmission in it very bad. It's not built, so.
Yeah, it's. I tried to do that with my Duramax, my Silverado, because it's like it's got plenty of power to play with, but yeah, it gets really expensive to fix that thing.
Oh yes, but like this one, as far as I know, and I highly doubt that it does, but as far as I know, this transmission has 180,000 miles on it.
It's just getting broke in. Oh wait, it's a Mopar transmission, so.
Yes. I love them, but they were no match for the Cummins engine.
No.
Stock, and this one's not stock anymore, so.
Yeah. Hey, Redbeard Racing's here. What's going on, Redbeard?
Hello, Redbeard.
So Richard is still trying to goat you into doing something fun. He says, everybody does it. Come on.
Richard, not everybody does it because I don't.
Well, and see, Richard is there to help you fix it if you break it.
Yeah, Richard, bring your truck out. We'll line up on the frontage road and see how it goes.
We can do the Mexico test if Richard wants to join me.
There you go. We can have a live Mexico test kit. Let's line it up. Let's set it up.
We have the perfect road in front of our house.
That's where we did the first hit in the red truck.
Yeah, that's where my Mexico test hit that is on the YouTube channel now and then was done.
Busted Grill Garage says, well, the blown big block Chevy build is official. Buff and I just made it official. So I'm not sure if I know exactly what's going on there. Like I said, I've kind of ducked out for a little bit, and I may have missed something.
Well, I'm sorry, what did he say?
He said the blown big block Chevy build is official.
Oh wow, that sounds
Buff and
impressive.
I just made it official.
That sounds very
So
impressive.
yeah. So Richard says his dually will lay down the rubber.
I'm sure it will.
So it sounds like you've got something going on there. So let's make it happen. You guys get there, and
So everybody here has seen Back to the Future, right?
yeah.
You know where he doesn't race the car?
Where?
In Back to the Future, at the end, when Marty's gonna race that Toyota truck and he doesn't do it. That'll be me.
I don't remember. That'd be you.
That'll be me. Richard will take off and he'll win, and I'll watch in my not broken truck. This is my tow vehicle. My race car's in Alabama.
You can get one of your dad's trucks and do it with that.
There we go.
There you
Tell
go.
Richard, we'll line you up against Whitey.
There you go.
There you go. I mean, me and the rest of the viewers, I don't think we really care. We just want to see some live Mexico action. Yes, Steve. Big Booty Judy project is still a go in August. Blake with Bad Tree Productions is here. What's going on, Blake?
How's it going, Blake?
We're currently trying to set up a race between Travis and Richard. I'm going to step away from the camera for a minute. I'll still be on the microphone, but I'm going to step away, and I got an empty glass, and I need to rectify that situation.
Amber needs to turn the camera towards her because I can't see the chat.
Richard says just instigating fun times.
Yes.
You guys raced before.
Not in this truck.
No, in general though. What's your track record between the two of you?
Well, I don't know. One time Richard took the dirt and like literally the road ran out. He kept going in the dirt.
And what?
I was in an 88 Shadow and he was in an 85 Trans Am. And I think we were doing close to 100 miles an hour. And he got in front of me. I'm not going to say that I let him in because he was driving 100 miles an hour on the shoulder of the road in the dirt. But he got in front of me. So those cars were fun because the Shadow would beat him off the line, but he would top end me every single time in that Trans Am. So if it was a short race, I could win, but if it was a long race, he'd beat me every time.
Yeah, Blake says live street racing action with a question mark. Maybe. We're trying. I mean, all I've got out here to race is a turtle and cows. So.
And Richard's probably an hour away from where I'm at right now, so chances of us meeting up is pretty slim. Probably not going to happen.
So, all right, Busted Grill Garage says he just bought a blower core from Buff to be picked up at the collab in August. So he's going to be picking up the core blower at my shop in August.
Oh, nice.
And Jacob Carter just said when he buys a square body, he's going to name it after me. Well,
aww.
I will drink to that, Jacob. Thank you. I appreciate that.
So is he going to name it Square Body Stuff or Chad?
I don't know.
Chad?
Chad stuff. Chad stuff.
Chad stuff. Richard said, I just finished eating. Does that mean you're on your way, or?
It sounds like he's getting ready to fire something up to come beat you guys.
Okay. So we'll be in the house at the kitchen table when he gets here.
I can come off square. Blake says Chad can come off square from time to time. Yeah. Yeah. Square body. I see what you did there.
Bring the 48.
48.
Richard,
Okay.
what's the 48?
That's the hot rod. That's
The shiny one?
Yeah, I guess he's gonna bring the shiny one.
Wife will divorce him.
Ooh. Jacob Carter
That's
said
what
he's going to name the truck Chad.
Awesome.
Well, yeah, I don't. I really
That sounds like
appreciate
it'll
that,
be a
Jacob.
cool
That's,
square body.
yeah. Bad tree or Blake says we all do though. Come off squares from time to time. Yeah, I think that's part of
Yeah.
the age. You know, I'm realizing that my age is catching up with me as far as the not wanting to do as much fun stuff as I used to. It's fun,
Well, that's
but not as crazy as I used to. I think about the good and the bad. I weigh the options more than I used to.
but that's me. So 4 or 5 years ago, when my dad first built this truck, I was showing it off to everybody, and we were doing a foot brake, spool the turbo, and then launch it. And I figured out that for some reason, when you do that, it occasionally likes to shift into neutral as soon as you floor it. And I really
Oh.
thought I broke my dad's truck the very first time I drove it. I've since done that twice pulling a heavy trailer. I don't know what it is. I don't know. It doesn't have a broken motor mount. I don't know what's causing it. But if you really spool it up, for some reason it'll kick itself into neutral.
Oh, it actually goes into neutral. Oh.
Yeah, the
Yeah,
transmission goes into
not
neutral,
good.
and you have to shift it back into drive. But it doesn't have a broken motor mount, so I don't know if it's flexing the frame enough to shift itself. I don't know what's going on.
Yeah.
I haven't tried it in low. I've only ever done it in drive, but
the good thing about that is even with a higher, did you say you got a higher governor spring in it?
yes.
Yeah, even with that, you can hold that Cummins to the floor for days on end, and it's never going to hurt itself. So.
Oh yeah,
You're
it's
not
got
gonna,
it's got the valve springs and everything to handle it. So
yeah. See, that's why I had a couple weeks ago whenever I had Aaron Harmon on the live, and he asked me about the two-step or the rev limiter box that I have in the truck. He kind of asked what my idea was to even have that, and I said, well, because with what I do with the truck, it's protection more than anything.
yes,
Because it's at No Name Nationals. Whenever the drive shaft let go, I don't remember, it happened so quick, I don't know what RPM I was at, but I don't have enough reaction time. When that drive shaft let go, it could have over revved that big block pretty easily because I had it to the
yes.
floor. It was, everything was going, and whenever it did hit the rev limiter whenever it let go. So it's a
at No Name
safety more than
Nationals, when
anything.
I did a dry test both times, I left whatever chip was in my box when I put it in there. I think it had a 7,200 RPM chip in it.
Oh wow, yeah.
Fortunately, mine happened on the starting line when I was sitting against the converter anyway, so it's only at like 3,000 RPM when it broke, or 3,500.
Yeah.
But I think both times on the tack it said 65 or 6,600, so which is still more than I wanted
Yeah,
to turn,
but it handled it like a champ.
Yep, it didn't take itself apart, so that's the good news.
Dan, South Georgia named his truck Mule because it's a 4x4.
Nice.
just gonna like sit outside, like on the tailgate.
I'm not good at coming up with names for my vehicles. So like this one is the white truck,
No, I
and then
I
still forget and call extra parts the red truck.
yeah.
And then so since we're home now, I'll show you. This is my dad's truck, and we call that one Whitey.
Yeah.
It used to be white. I don't think anything else here has a name. Oh, this one over here. This is the green truck. Guess what color it is?
Green.
That's the green one. Yeah, not good on the original names for trucks.
Yeah. Richard says the 56th name is Side Piece.
Side
Yeah.
piece.
Yeah. And that's I think I've mentioned this before, but I'll say it again. You know, most of my vehicles, or all of my vehicles, have always had male names, and the reason for that being is not because, well, because I've for a long time I've never had a female that I could really trust to depend on. So it's like I really don't want to have a truck that I depend on. You know, a female. They're buddies to me. They're friends. But my Duramax, my 2012 Silverado, her name is Maxine. She's a girl, and the reason why I realized she was a female is because I bought her when I was working in Gainesville, Florida, on the road. You tell that train,
loud?
Yes.
Hold on, I'll mute myself.
Okay. So I named my Silverado Maxine because she's a Duramax, and because when I bought her, I was working on the road, and when I wasn't working, when I get to the trailer or the hotel wherever we were staying at, that was my girl when I was working on the road. That was my side piece, as Richard called it. You know, so she was my girl when I was on the road, and she's always been Maxine. Now we do have the Tahoe, my wife's '05 Tahoe that's named Peggy, and that's her girl. Peggy's a good girl. So, but all the rest of my vehicles are guys or males. We don't want to get too deep into it because we all know what the whole. This is a bad subject for this day and age because there's a lot of this gender assignment crap going on, and we're not getting into that. So, yeah, I'm gonna change the subject, but well, we were on the subject of Travis, the names for his vehicles, but
Okay, train's gone.
Okay, so because I've always named my whole life, we've always had names for the vehicles. When I was growing up, and it may be Old Blue. You know, the truck I grew up in, old square body. It was a two-tone blue, and it was named Old Blue. So that was it. My first truck was a white square body, and we called it Whitey. So
I think everybody's had a Whitey at one time.
Yeah, yeah. So sometimes the names aren't super original, and then in the case of my old Squeaky back here in Cream Puff, my other square body that I drive, Squeaky doesn't squeak much anymore. So the name doesn't necessarily fit him at this present time because everything's pretty well tightened up. Everything's he doesn't squeak anymore. When I first got him, the bed, this step-side bed with all the and the cat, everything squeaked in that truck. It was so loud you couldn't even hear the little stock 305. So I just named him Squeaky because it was like going down my gravel road, you couldn't hear nothing but squeaks. But now, old Cream Puff, he actually squeaks more than Squeaky does. But Cream Puff he's kind of the creamy color, and he's kind of a cream puff.
Yeah.
I've kind of often wondered about naming him Cream Puff because it makes him sound maybe a little,
That'd be Powder Puff.
Powder Puff. But he is what he is. He's a Cream Puff. He does a good job of being a daily driver. I know Buff really enjoyed driving that truck to Oklahoma and back.
Good. So you're talking about names not fitting. I named extra parts because I built it out of extra parts.
Yeah.
But now everything just about in it is purpose built and purpose bought, and it is not extra parts anymore.
Well, I mean, the original idea of the truck was it was built out of extra parts, so it still fit.
Yeah.
Steve Heighton says mine is called the Breeze because I drove it from Colorado to Georgia in May of 21 without AC and the windows down. Yeah, that would be plenty of breeze.
Yes.
Dudes with Riches says, do you ever wonder why horns don't make the same noise as their name? Just think, train, train, train. Maybe they do.
Yeah.
So now, from this point forward, whenever I hear train going through town, I'm going to hear train, train. Oh, and Steve says he also listened to Skinner a lot on his way home. So
that sounds like a good road trip.
Yeah. Dudes of Rich says it's just like a ship, bad luck to change the name after the fact. Yes, I do believe that. I mean, it's like, naming your child something, and then once they grow up, you're like, that name don't really fit you. We're gonna call you something else now. It's just
yeah. You only get one. That's the unfortunate part about a lot of things in life is by the time you know the proper name, it's too late. You've already had to make a different name.
Yep. Yeah, but that's part of the story.
Yeah.
And the vehicle I've had the longest out of any other vehicle that I've ever owned and own present day is my crew cab.
Yeah.
And I've had that truck for 20 years now. And for the first, probably first 15 years, I never had a name for it, an official name.
Yeah.
That I called it. It was always the truck or my crew cab or something like that. My kids, the kids grew up, they would call it the Jolly Green Giant because it's green, or the mean bean or something like that. But none of the names never really ever stuck with me. And I finally was just sitting there thinking about it. I was actually sitting in the truck. It's like, why have I never named you? Why don't you have a name? And I thought, you've always been my buddy. You've always been there for me. It's like, there it is, buddy. Because that truck, other than making a living for me a lot of times, or hauling firewood to keep my family warm or other people's families warm, or just always being there for me when I was in a bad mood, that truck took a lot of abuse.
Yeah.
And I back in the day, I spent several nights in that truck, just to get away. And so yeah, that truck, that's how Buddy got his name. He's just always been my buddy. He's always been there for me. Yeah, there's been times where he's kind of let me down, but sometimes buddies do that, It's like, but he's always come back and redeemed himself and just been my buddy.
How loud is that interstate now?
It's not too bad.
Oh, great. Now the air conditioner's on. Okay, let's relocate here.
It's not too bad.
You can't hear the air conditioner?
Well, a little bit. If you speak or and it's not bad. I don't guess it's not bothering me any.
Okay.
So yeah, Richard said Papa Joe's White Dodge is one of the best trucks ever. It never lets you down. Now
That truck is what it's the one. It doesn't
Yeah.
matter. It can be. I remember one time it was like 20 below zero. It was one of those freak super sub frozen nights. Nothing in our yard would start, but that old Dodge fired up. And I don't think it even has a block heater on it. So
have you ever reused the name? Dudes with Wrenches is asking.
I'll be right back.
Okay.
Well, I'm still here. I can hear you.
Okay. No, I've never. At least right now, I've never reused the name on a vehicle.
I guess we kind of did because my dad named my truck Whitey too for a little while.
Yeah. Now I want to one of these days. One of my bucket list builds is to build a tribute truck, just like the truck I grew up in, a two-tone blue C10 long bed 78, and name it Old Blue. I mean, it'll be Old Blue 2.0 or something like that. But
yeah.
And I'd also like to build a tribute truck to the first truck I ever had, and actually build it back the way it was from the factory. Just your standard. It was a custom. It wasn't even. It was a 73. So 73, their base, bottom of the line, trim package option was custom. Then they had custom deluxe. Then they had Cheyenne and Cheyenne Super. Well, it was a custom. It was the bottom of the line, white bumpers, white mirrors, white truck. It had a few options to it. It did have air conditioning, power steering, power brakes, and a V8. And heavy duty suspension. But other than that, it was your bare bones basic work truck. And my mom used to have pictures of the truck when they bought it in '75, and I don't know where those pictures are at now, but I'd like to build another tribute truck to that truck too, and name it Whitey, of course.
So you don't have that truck anymore, I'm assuming.
No. I unfortunately I got rid of that truck years ago.
Yeah.
Yeah, Richard says he calls them by year, 91, the 77, 56. Yeah, when you get multiples, that gets confusing. Yeah, see, Richard is very subtly, I can't even say it, subtly bragging right there. Richard.
Yes. He's not trying to
love
brag.
it.
He's bragging.
Yeah, and I love it. That's what I love about Richard. He's proud of it. I mean, shoot, he's earned everything he's got. So.
Yep.
Jacob Carter says he loves that red Chevy K10 I had. Oh man, that is another truck that I wish I wouldn't have let go, but I traded it for Cream Puff. So if I didn't let it go, I wouldn't have Cream Puff. So it's kind of but I was searching Facebook Marketplace the other night and just scrolling through, and a truck identical to that red truck was on there. I mean, identical, because this truck wasn't just your two-tone red, the bed. All right, so the color scheme was the I can't remember the exact name, but it's the kind of cherry red as your primary color, but in the middle was the dark burgundy, or they call it crimson or carmine.
Oh wow!
So it's a really dark, a darker red in the middle. Because usually, your two-tone trucks were the lighter color in the middle and the darker color is your primary color. Well, this is flip-flop.
Huh.
but the bed on both sides, the middle was black because the dark red was gone. Because in
Oh,
'79, I wish I would have. I need to see if I can still find the VIN number to that truck, because I wonder if it was paint or came from the same plant that Cream Puff came from. Because Cream Puff, there wasn't not a lot of paint on that truck from the factory. And that's the reason why it looks like it does. They were, I guess, skimping on paint. They were low on paint or something. I don't know. But I've had a couple 79s that were like that just they didn't put a lot of paint on them.
maybe it's your same truck.
It wasn't, because it was a GMC. The top. It had the deluxe two-tone package, which the top was the secondary color, the darker red. Mine wasn't like that. It was a GMC, but it was lifted. It had less rust. But I mean, other than that, it's like when I first looked at it, oh, hey, there's Red Rocket, because that's what I named the truck, Red Rocket.
Oh,
But it had like a 6-inch lift and some nice wheels on it. I'm like, holy crap! And they just want like $8,000 for it. I'm like, holy cow! But wasn't the same truck, but it was so close, and it was so weird because the paint had faded
the same. Well, I've seen a lot of these. Like, that's a 90. I think that's a 93 Whitey, my dad's truck. And I've seen a lot of them that have that same gray on the top, white on the bottom paint job. I think Dodge had the same problem going on that year as Chevy did. I don't think the paint stuck to any of them.
Yep.
Most of
A
white,
friend of mine.
I don't think the rest of the colors are as bad.
Yeah, it's just the white. Yeah, for some reason, a friend of mine has a 90. I can't remember if it's a 92 or 93. 1-ton extended cab Dodge with the Cummins in it, 5-speed, and it's white with gray in the middle, and the white is doing the same thing. It's I put a lot of miles on his truck. That thing was, and it was awesome to drive, because it just cruised. It was cool. Yeah, Dan says he named his 72 Cheyenne a hangout. That's where they'd hang out.
Yeah.
Let's see. Catch up on the chat here. I'm not too far behind. Richard's comment here. 2 years ago, I sold an 86 short bed 4x4 with 40,000 miles, which I didn't. We got a real good home. Yeah. Well, if they LS powered it, I don't know if it's a real good home, but yeah. At least they're taking care of it and they're still driving it. It sounds like it. Yeah, it's got a good home. T-Rad Dad, good evening. Anyone know where I can find a locky plate for his tilt column? Well, yeah, I do. I'm sure I could probably come up with one. It's just I'm real bad about not getting rid of parts, and I hate that, because I can help other people out, but then that one little locky plate could be that one thing that I need later on. And I tell you what, T-Rad Dad, I've got in my description below, I've got my email, or you can find me on Facebook or Instagram at Square Body Stuff. Hit me up. I'll see if I can fix you up with one.
I can see the turmoil in your eyes.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not trying to hide it, but you know, the hoarder of me, and you know, wants to keep everything I've got. But the other part of me is like, if that one thing is what's keeping this guy from driving his truck, I will send him one.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, Richard's right. I mean, if you go on eBay, because the locking plate on a square body is the same for any GM car, truck, van of that era. I don't remember when they started building those steering columns. I'm thinking, I know the square bodies, it was 73, first year for those type of steering columns, and I don't remember when they quit using them, but I'm thinking well into the 90s.
Well, if that's the case, there's a chance of CJ7 because our CJ7 had a GM type column as well.
Yep. Also, yeah.
So maybe a G.
Also, AM. Well, I don't know if it'd be AMCs. I think it was the AMC era of Jeeps.
Yeah,
that used the GM steering columns. But so there's a lot of options out there for that.
Would that be the same as the GM cars of the same era?
Yep. Yeah, actually, I had an '88 Suburban, and it had tilt column in it, and it was trashed. It was beyond just taking apart and tightening up the screws. It was trashed. It had so much play in it. It was trashed. So I had and I don't remember what year it was, but it was Oldsmobile Silhouette van. The same as like the Lumina MPV, the really like a wedge-shaped minivan.
Yes.
But I want to say it was a mid to late 90s something van. And of course the bottom part of the column wasn't the same, but the actual tilt part of the steering column was identical. So I took the guts out of that Oldsmobile Silhouette minivan and took the guts out of that column and rebuilt the column in my '88 square body Suburban.
That's one thing that GM did do. They made a part and used it in everything.
Yeah. So, T-Rad, yeah, that kind of sucks. I'd be willing to help you out with one, or if you think you might be able to find one, because like I said, there's pretty much any GM product from at least 73 to the late 90s will work for that. You just have to search your salvage yards, but like I said, if you want one, hit me up and I'll try to help out. Yeah, Dan says 73 through 95, and that sounds about right. Yep.
That is a lot of vehicles that have that part.
Yep. And we're talking
come by
anywhere from, and I don't know that like the Chevette or the Vegas had a tilt column in them. I don't know. But your Camaros, your Malibus, your Caprices, all of your GM cars, and Pontiacs, Oldsmobiles, Buicks, Cadillacs, all had the same columns in them. And like Travis said, a lot of the same era of Jeep products, AMC products had the same thing. Yeah, no problem. If you can't find one locally, hit me up. I'll hook you up with one. No problem.
So sitting outside the house today, right now, I have 4 bars of 5G. I guess I should have just come on the porch last week.
Yeah, set you up a light, because that's what I had to set up my light there. But the only problem with that is what you might not be able to see. Well, you'll be able to tell when a bug hits me because I'll be doing this. But there's the bugs are starting to come in, and I'm not a big bug person. If I go squealing like a schoolgirl and running away, a big June bug landed on me.
Oh, so I have a funny story about something similar to that. So the night before, or a couple days, I don't know, right before we left Alabama, my daughter calls me because she was staying out in her bedroom, was kind of in the office, and she says, "I need you to come out here and rescue me. There's a frog." And I'm like, "A frog?" And she says, "The door's locked, and I can't let you in because it's guarding the door." And I'm like, Okay, so I go out there, and it's just this little, like there's a frog that lives under there. That office, it's got to be this big. This is just a little baby frog, like maybe that big. So I get it, and I let it go. And so we put cameras up at the house before we left, and they're motion activated. Well, I think it was right after we left. Like when we were on our way here, we get a notification that one of our cameras is sensing motion. So Amber looks up the video feed. It looked like it was the exact same frog was crawling across the camera. I sent it to my and yeah, it's like 8 feet in the air. So we sent it to my daughter and said, "Your frog's looking for you. He wants to know where you went."
Yeah.
She wasn't impressed.
It sounds like her and my wife would get along really well. She does not like frogs or toads.
Yeah.
So the other day we were looking for a bed frame that was up in one of my lean-tos, and of course my wife's out there in her flip-flops, and I grab, get the bed frame out, and I look down. I said, just take 2 steps back, real nice and slow. And she kind of got big. She just looked, just deadlocked eyes with me, like took 2 steps back. And I looked down. I said, "There's a dead toad that I ran over the lawnmower in between her feet." And she's like, "Oh." She's like, "I thought it was a snake in between my legs." I'm like, "No." I said, "But I could just imagine her taking a step and that dead toad flopping up on her foot and her flipping out." So, like, just take 2 steps back.
That car guy, I do not know where there's a good 12-valve automatic ECU.
Yeah.
And I'm not even hoarding one, so all I have is standard ECUs.
Let's see. Steve's asking what rockers under 339. The rockers I'm using are 1/6 ratio full rollers from Speedmaster. The valve springs, I actually haven't made up my mind what valve springs I'm using. I have the springs that came with the heads, the Speedmaster heads, and I can't remember the spring pressure on those. I've kind of played around with it, but haven't wrote anything down. But I've also got a set of LS6 Beehive springs that I'm thinking about using because they have less seat pressure. I think a little more pressure over the nose. And Beehive springs are supposed to be more stable throughout the RPM range. But I haven't made up my mind which valve springs I'm actually going to be using. Let's see. Dan's asking how hard to find an old tow hook on 80s model Chevy. I guess you're talking about the factory front tow hooks. Well, I guess it depends on maybe you can find an 80s model Chevy with tow hooks on it. I guess I don't know. I don't know. I don't know that I have any. I only have one truck that might have had some on it, but I can't remember off the top of my head if it has it on there or not. The Beehive springs work very well. Yeah, I know. I actually ordered those Beehive springs to put on those. I can't remember the heads I was going to use. The factory tune port injection heads that I was going to use on it. Because they're it was a retrofit kit that came with the retainers and everything for a factory style small block Chevy head. But to work on those aftermarket heads, I may have to do some shimming and stuff like that. But I think I'm going to go with the Beehive springs. I think they're going to handle more RPM and be a more stable valve train than the springs that's on it. I'm getting covered up with bugs, and I don't like it. I'm trying to fit. That's why I keep looking up like this. I'm not sure what I'm going to do. They're not eating me yet. They're just they're little bitty green bugs that don't do nothing. They're bugging me.
Yeah, they just bug you.
Let's see. Hold on. I'm gonna go back a few uh, comments here. I thought I missed one. Okay, yeah, that car buy says that his quit him. I'd come by. I guess that's the ECU.
Yeah, there's not. I don't even know. Maybe eBay. That's where I would look. If I was looking for one, that's where I'd look. I'd look on eBay.
Oh, Richard says, how about laying on a creeper and hear, "Be still, don't move." It was a scorpion crawling across his leg.
Oh wow.
Yeah, well, I won't say we don't have scorpions. Oh, I've seen them in Missouri before, but that's more southern part of Missouri, down around the lake and stuff. But I've never seen a scorpion in my area. But
I haven't seen one here. I know that we do have them in this area, but I think they're pretty rare. I've seen a few at my shop that was on the other side of town, but I've never seen any out here.
yeah,
But that doesn't. I don't think I would want to experience a scorpion bite ever.
no, I'm not a bug guy, and I'm okay with. Well, I'm not real fond of spiders. I mean, I've been bit by a brown recluse, and it messed up my leg pretty bad for a while, and it was probably the worst pain I've ever been in.
Yeah.
And I mean, I don't freak out when I see them. As long as I know they're there, I'm fine. Because in my place, with all the junk I have around here, there's brown recluses everywhere. They're just a part of life.
Yeah.
But you know, a scorpion, I don't know. I've never really dealt with those. Snakes don't bother me too bad. Even poisonous ones, as long as I know they're there before they know I'm there. Which, well, at least I know they're there before they bite me. You know.
I don't really. None of that really bothers me too bad, but I've never been bit by a spider that I know of, like anything poisonous or anyway. But I was crawling through an attic when I was doing remodeling work, and I saw all the little in the insulation, the little funnels from all the, and I now know that was brown recluses. But apparently, on the way in, my feet behind me were disturbing all their nests, and when I was on my way out, I thought most of them were running away, but there was a couple of big ones, and they were like reared up, like they're like, "Let's go."
Yeah.
And of course, I'm in a little crawl space in an attic. I don't really have anywhere to go. That was my worst moment with a brown recluse.
And I've always heard, brown recluse, because I've dealt in my area, I've dealt with brown recluses for as long as I can remember. And actually, before I even knew what they were, it's like, they're just a spider. I don't mess with them. And we've got tarantulas here every once in a while during a certain part of the season. We got the big wolf spiders, which the wolf spiders, I've seen them as big as my hand.
Yeah, my hands are here too.
My hands aren't that big, but it's big enough. A spider that big is big enough.
Yes.
But the brown recluses don't get that big, and they're so common around here. I never really thought much about them until I realized they're poisonous, and I've only been got by one that I know of, and I didn't even know I was bit till like a week later, or till it started festering up.
Yeah.
I thought I had a pimple on my leg, and I was at work, and I kind of popped it, and then after I popped it, oh my gosh, it started it started a chain reaction, and it just, I've still got a kind of a dip in my shin. It was in my shin bone on my left leg. Hey, Steven with Big Buck 402 has joined in.
Represent. Whereabouts?
Hi.
Yeah. We got the Because race truck.
Because race truck. which is what I'm working on tonight.
Yes.
So I was at my machine shop the other day, and he had a 402 sitting on an engine stand. What'd you catch?
Caught me a June bug.
It made me think of you.
June bugs are all around me right now. They're pretty stout this year.
Yeah.
I'm sure we have those in Colorado, but I haven't seen any recently. So right now we're in Miller season,
Oh yeah.
and it's terrible this year.
All right. So Jacob Carter says his grandpa thought it was cool that he was on my YouTube channel, which most of you may not know, but Jacob's grandpa just passed away not too long ago. So that's kind of cool that his grandpa got to see him or knew he was on YouTube for a little bit.
Awesome.
That's cool.
So what are you doing is that that's candy cane, right?
Yeah, that's candy cane.
I can't see very good, and you're on a phone now, so I don't have my glasses.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Last week I went out and done a John Force burnout, and I threw off the water pump belt out that my bottom. I just put a new hose on it tonight.
Yeah, I mean that extra heat will just seat the rings. It's okay.
Yeah, and I've got my new. Let's see if I can see this. My drive shaft safety loop that's painted up pink for candy cane.
Oh yeah,
nice.
And I'm gonna get that put on. So the truck will have two safety loops on it because its factory got one on, but it's about 2 foot away from the yoke. So
yeah.
So I put 402 in there this year, and then after No Name Nationals, because when I put the 481, shoot it back about 3 or 4 inches, and I'll have to do some work on the firewall. I don't want to have it tore apart when no one gets here, so I'm just going to leave the 402 and bring it this year.
Yeah.
And this one runs a little better than the other one, actually.
Awesome.
Hopefully all the parts. Hopefully the parts stay inside of it like it's supposed to on this one.
I think so. This one don't have the ticking noise the other one had. It runs a lot better with the small can it did with the giant rotor had the other one.
All right, so Steven, your audio, you're kind of cutting in and out. I just want to.
I thought maybe that was my internet.
No, I could hear it.
So that's a loaded question you have in the highlighted comment there right now.
Yeah. What's better, manual or automatic? Automatic or manual transmission? All right. So, Travis. Oh, Junebug. Go ahead, Travis. I got a lighter.
Are you having barbecued June bugs?
Yeah. Oh, it stink. All right. That was a bad idea. All right. So, Travis, we'll let you take off with this question. What's better, automatic or manual transmission?
That depends.
Depends on the application.
If you feel like shifting, a manual's better. If you don't feel like shifting, an automatic is better.
That's a great answer.
There's so much more to that question that I don't currently own anything with a manual transmission, but I think that
I don't either.
Road tripping
on a long road trip, automatic all the way. Towing, probably a manual. Maybe.
I don't know.
Depending on terrain.
Unless you're on a long road trip, then an automatic.
It depends on transmission options.
Yeah.
Because I tell you what, my 2012 Duramax, a Silverado with the Cummins, or not Cummins, Duramax, with the Allison 6-speed. I love towing with that.
Yeah.
I mean, now I've got my '84 crew cab with the big block and the 4-speed. That I've towed a lot of stuff with it too. But the older I get, the less I like to manually shift. And backing a trailer up, pulling in and out, it's like in traffic, stuff like that. I would rather have an automatic. The older I get, I would rather have an automatic. And I've actually thought about swapping my crew cab back to an automatic, either turbo 400, which I have, or possibly going to a 4L80 or something like that. But if you're talking about, so let's talk about rock crawling. If you're off-roading, a lot of guys like the manual transmission for off-roading. I don't. I've done it with both, and even the technical stuff. I would rather have an automatic, because a manual transmission, you've got, if you're getting real technical stuff, and I mean, I'm talking about you're straight up and down, you can't mess up. There's a lot going on, and with an automatic, you can slam it in reverse really quick if you need to. With a standard transmission, you've only got so much reaction time. It's hard to deal with. So, yeah, and drag racing, yeah. Since I'm trying to play with the 4-speed in this truck, that's the drag strip, but that's not the ideal situation. Drag racing, automatic.
Sounds like pretty much automatic. Because I'm a lot the same way.
If we got a Charger, do you think it would be automatic or manual? Probably manual.
Well, they don't make a Charger and a manual, so. I mean, if you're not, my Challenger with a 6-speed was a lot of fun, but I mean, I don't know. I guess there's a time for a manual, but I really like automatics. I'm sorry, did I cut you off, Steven?
No,
that's fine.
I'm trying to read through the
there's
comments
days when I
right
wish
now.
the Mustang was a 6-speed, but I enjoy the automatic because it's really fast. That 10-speed is quick.
Yeah.
Hey, the manuals have built-in anti-theft nowadays.
In the United States, that's true. Not so much in Mexico, because they still make a lot of manual transmissions in Mexico.
Yeah.
I mean, if you see all the cars that Mexican Spec is posting up, all those awesome old cars that he puts up on Instagram for sale, most of those cars are manual transmission cars. All the ones from the 80s and 90s, cars that we couldn't get with stick shifts, he's selling them out of Mexico, and they are pretty awesome. I mean, like a Dodge Dynasty with a stick shift.
Oh, wow.
Not the car, I'm just saying it's.
Dan's asking, flashing warning light not working on back but works on front. Are you talking about the 4-way flashers? I'm not real sure on that one. The auto locking hubs on the truck, on the square bodies, that was in the 80s. They're really, yeah, they were real common in the 80s.
I replaced mine with some worn manual hubs because I didn't trust the auto hubs.
Yeah, see, the auto hubs, in my opinion, I had them on the 88 Suburban I had, and they were perfect for that vehicle because that vehicle was not, I didn't off-road it. I used the 4-wheel drive if it got bad weather. So in the snow and stuff like that, it was great. But if you're going to be off-roading and like in the mud or on and off the throttle and hammering and loading and unloading the drivetrain, automatic hubs, you'll blow them out because they're not designed for that. They're designed, I think, for pretty much a more of a constant pressure on them. You know, not for in and out playing around and stuff. They'll handle a little bit of abuse, but
when with the auto hubs on those, did they also have that center axle disconnect thing?
no.
Just the hubs locked automatically?
Yeah.
You sure?
Yeah.
Really comfortable.
Column shift is for grandma. I'm gonna assume he's talking about. See, actually, clutch and column shift. I'm wanting to say that there was probably more back in the day. There was probably more 3 on the trees or column shifted manual transmissions than there were 4 shifted transmissions at one point.
Yeah. I've never driven a 3 on the tree vehicle, period.
They're fun. I had a 68 with a 3 on the tree. It was a fun truck to drive. Had a 350 in it with a 3 on the tree.
All right, first responder said he's got to go. His mom's friend had her horse stolen. Oh, wow.
Oh, wow.
You go, Travis.
He had to identify 2 trucks by a taillight and a fender.
I got 2 Mopar engines here, Travis. I got a 360 77 model, and then I got a 69 model 383.
Nice. Think you put one of those in candy cane?
They won't fit. Candy canes made big engines. This 383 is going for Yeah, so the Sport Fury is gone from the house. My buddy came and picked it up, and he took it off to a guy that wanted the console and bucket seats out of it.
Nice.
Got the motor worn in. Turned down 70 Chevelle. Now I'm cutting out, ain't I?
Yeah.
That's because I'm moving around.
I heard something about a 70 Chevelle and the Furies at a buddy's house.
A guy tried to trade me a 70 Chevelle for the Sport Fury. For the Cornet last week. And
was it a nice
car? It was
car?
a complete project car. He had it had all the metal for it. I think the floors were done, but it needed to be built. It was completely apart.
So you still have the Cornet?
I'd rather have the Cornet.
Are you going to put the 383 in the Cornet, or are you going to do the late model Hemi swap?
Yeah. I think I'm going to do the 383. I've considered a late model Hemi, but I've already got the 383 and a transmission and everything. So,
yeah, I see an engine swap in my Fury's future. It's not the end of the road, but I think it's getting a later model 360, and then down the road I'll do the Hemi swap. But I have everything to do the 360 swap, and I don't know if you saw the video where we put the bore scope down in the distributor hole and found the rusty cam in the 318. Well, I do and I don't. It might run for a long time since it's a roller, but now I know, and I have a 360 here. I'm just going to take it back with me and swap it in when I get there.
Yeah.
That way I know I have a motor that runs good and I can drive it and not be afraid to drive it. But the cool part is I'm also going to pick up fuel injection and cruise control and air conditioning with the 360 swap, because this 360 has all that with it. So,
sweet. Yeah, bonus.
That'll make it a little nicer to drive.
So Dan says he learned to drive with a 3 on the tree Actual Addict says he has a 3 on the tree right now. Makes people think twice about asking to drive.
Yeah. Don't ever have to let anybody borrow your car that way.
So I've got that 76 I bought at an auction that's a 3 on the tree, and the second vehicle I drove as a kid that was a manual transmission was a 3 on the tree. Is a 76 Chevy 305 that ran on 7 cylinders, and the column. I mean, it was wore out. I mean, you had to hit it just right to get in the second. And we were playing around with it. Dad was showing me how to drive a 3 on a tree, and I was playing around. It's like, he said, "All right." He said, "If you can figure out how to catch second gear and squawk the tires with this engine," he said, "you're doing something." So I messed around, drove that truck, and I finally got it just right. I could shove it in second gear, stab the throttle, and dump the clutch, and just barely bark the tires on a 6-cylinder 305 or a 7-cylinder 305. The first vehicle that I learned to drive force or manual transmission was I think it was a 76, I believe, too. 76 Vega. It was a little 4-cylinder, little 4-speed, and I could almost catch third in that car. I mean, you had to rev the crap out of it, though.
I'm going to mute. The train's about to start blowing its own horn.
Oh, okay. I would say this is kind of throwing me off. I know you can still hear me, Travis, right?
Yes.
Okay. Because it is dark here. Of course, Stephen is just a little bit east of me, and it's dark there. It's dark here, and you got the sun still shining behind you. That's just, it's kind of playing with my little mind. Yeah. Yeah, you got the sun shining behind you.
Colorado's not that far, it don't seem.
Yeah, it don't seem like he's that far away on the other side of the world, but it's still daylight there. And this is live.
I know.
That's not the sun. That's a porch light. It's getting pretty dark here.
Oh, okay. I would say that it looks like the sun.
So if you look out there, I mean, it's still somewhat daylight, but that's the porch light that you're seeing right there.
Oh, okay. I thought that was the sun gleaming, but it's still daylight there, and it's
still light.
It's dark here.
The street lights are on, but you can still drive without headlights.
Yeah. Busted Grill Garage says he learned how to drive a stick in a Geo Tracker. Yeah, I just kind of got thrown to the wolves with it. Yeah. Yeah, Amber's telling us that that's the porch light.
She's a little slow, isn't she?
That's all right. Yeah, Dan's in Georgia, so it got dark. It got dark in Georgia before it got dark here.
That's right.
I guess it depends on what part of Georgia. Him being in Georgia might be about the. Would that be about the same distance as we are from Colorado? Possibly. I guess it depends on what part of Georgia.
Yeah, it depends. Probably not as east to west. Probably not as far. But you're quite a bit further north than Georgia. Like,
hey guys, I'm gonna step in here.
Whatever the
signal, so I'm gonna get.
Okay.
I'm gonna get off for now.
All right.
I'm getting ready to go in the house.
Okay.
All right.
See you later.
See ya. I think we're pretty close to the same, whatever the rings around the Earth, the equator, the ones that are equal with it or parallel it. Latitude, longitude, I don't know, whatever. Whatever that is,
Yeah.
we're about the same on that. But Georgia would be quite a bit further south than us. But I don't think it's as far east to west from Georgia to you as it is from you to here.
So I'm not even going to attempt to pronounce their name. But he has an 85 Chevy van, and driving stability is good. I want an 80s truck. Is it stable on highway? Yes. I tell you what, the 80s, 70s, and 80s Chevy trucks, in my opinion, are some of the best driving vehicles there are. I love driving. I mean, I've had several of them at over 100 miles an hour on the highway at a steady pace, not just like 100 miles an hour stop. No, just cruising at 100 miles an hour plus, and
In Mexico.
perfectly stable. Great driving trucks. My first truck, my 73, I took it down to Nacogdoches, Texas, and on the way back to Missouri, coming from Little Rock, Arkansas, or coming from Texarkana to Little Rock, I can't remember what interstate that is, but from Texarkana to Little Rock, we averaged a speed of 120 miles an hour.
Oh, wow. That's moving.
Yeah, because that truck had the 273 or 276 gears in it, just like Cream Puff's got. And I got in with a big green Cadillac and a flatbed truck, a big truck, 18-wheeler. And it was like an old country song. We had as a convoy. By the time we got to Little Rock, we had about five to 10 other cars with us.
Nice.
But we just got out of Texarkana and cruising along about 70, 80, whatever the speed limit was. And this Cadillac come flying by me. And this has been over 20 some years ago. My oldest boy is like 26 now. He was just a baby. And his mom, and they were both asleep in the truck. We were headed back. I was trying to stay awake. And that Cadillac come flying by me. That flatbed come flying by me. Like, all right. I eased over, just got in behind them, and my speedometer was past 100 pretty much the whole time. And calculating the time and everything, we were over 100 miles an hour averaged the whole trip from Texarkana to Little Rock. We made good time.
Yeah, that's a pretty decent little clip there, isn't it? That's got to be over 100 miles.
Yeah, I mean we made good time, and we got. I had to finally pull over to get some fuel when we got to Little Rock, and my wife woke up. She's like, "Where are we at?" I said, "We're in Little Rock." She goes, "What time is it?" And I told her and I told her what time it was. She's like, "How fast were you going?" She was good with numbers. She's like, computed it really quick. I'm like, I don't know. I was just following this Cadillac. So yeah, those old trucks will handle good, drive good. So Jacob's making fun of me. We got a physicist and a geographer on the live now. It's just physics. Oh, Travis is trying to get us a plane set up. Put a plane together for traveling YouTube car project. I'll donate the project from. So does Richard have a plane? I'm not sure if I understand what's going on here. Am I gonna have to get a pilot's license?
No, he mistyped. A plan together. So he wants to take a car, and he's going to do something to it, and then he's going to send it to my house, and I'm going to do something to it, and then I have to send it to your house, and you do something to it, and then it just keeps going.
Well, see, I thought maybe he got to watching Cletus McFarland, because Cletus McFarland's got his pilot's license. He got a little carbon cub, and now he's flying everywhere, which it makes sense for what he does. Man, that thing makes sense for them. But yeah, I thought he had a plane.
No,
Okay.
he mistyped. Maybe we'll get him. We'll figure out how to get him on. We'll do a random live or something. And
Yeah.
One time when you're available, and we can talk about it.
Oh shoot, yeah. I mean that would be a cool project. What is that? It may not be exactly the same lines, but it's what comes to my mind. Like what was that teenage girls movie about the traveling pants? There's a pair of pants they shared or something. I don't know. I don't know. Maybe we should forget I even said that. Hey, let's go to this. This is a cool. Steve Heighton is just a little more than an hour away from the Summit Racing Store in Madonna, Georgia. He hasn't visited it yet.
Oh, wow.
What? So that's the only Summit store I have been to, because I've traveled all over, like down to Florida, Miami, Florida, the East Coast of Florida, South Carolina, a lot on the East Coast for work back in the day. And to get down there, I would see that Summit store. But the guy I worked with, my boss, he's like, "Oh, we ain't got time to stop. We ain't got time to stop." He said, "You ain't got no money to buy nothing anyway." I'm like, "Oh yeah, but I just want to say I've been there." I mean, so anyway, she's like, "Well, maybe on the trip home." Well, by the time we was ready to come home, I was ready to just come home. It's like, screw it, let's just get home. So finally, it's been 4 or 5 years ago. My wife and I flew down to Florida to her son's place to drive his 92 Camaro back to Missouri. Now, driving a 92 Camaro from Tampa, Florida to southern Missouri, that's not I don't suggest that to anybody. That's a long trip in a 92 Camaro. But on our way back, I said, because we flew down there, and I said, I'm just going to buy a bunch of tools at Harbor Freight to have with us, like the cheapest, socket set, stuff like that, just in the jack. Actually, I still have the jack, and I still use it. But I just bought a bunch of tools at Harbor Freight before we left, so I'd have tools with us. And we drove back, and I said, I don't want to plan the trip back around this, but if we're in Georgia and I will make the time to stop at the Summit Racing Store, because I've been by it so many times and never got to stop. So we left out, and we had it on our radar. It's like, we got to make it. Well, the car was maybe not 100% cooperating with us all the time. It wasn't perfect, but I finally got to go to the Summit Racing Store in Georgia. That was so cool. And I spent a lot of time there just walking around and around and around. My poor wife, she's awesome, because she's just like I am. If we go to one of her stores, I'm fine with it. Take your time, do your shopping. I'll just sit here and just stare at the floor or watch people. I don't care. It don't bother me any. I'm pretty good. I'm pretty good at doing nothing. So yeah, we went to the Summit, and I was like, I gotta buy something, but there was nothing I really needed that I could think of, but I gotta buy something. So I bought some fender covers, some Summit Racing fender covers, the red fender covers.
Yeah.
For, to lean on and some stickers. That's it. That's pretty sad. Of course, we also didn't have a whole lot of room for anything else. We were
not a lot of cargo space in a
No.
92 Camaro.
no,
Not a lot of
we were
people space, let alone cargo space.
yeah, we were pretty well packed tight in that car, just what we had. So, but it was still cool. That was still one of my favorite trips. You know, it's just
So trucking, I've driven by that store. I drove by the Summit in Ohio. I've driven by Jegs, and none of those places really have a place. I mean, they all have trucks go in there, but none of them really have a place where you can park a truck
Yeah.
to go in and walk around. So I've never been able to stop at one either. I actually we've been talking about maybe we'll see what happens, but I'd like to get the Fury running good enough that we can road trip it down to Madonna, Georgia, or Madonna, or however you say that, Georgia, and go to the Summit store just to go check it out.
Yeah.
Just drive the Fury down there.
See, how far is that from you?
Probably 5 hours, 6 hours.
Oh, really?
So it's a pretty good trek.
Yeah, that's pretty good trip.
We'll have plenty of trunk room in the Fury.
Yeah. So Dan said he's from Valdosta.
Yeah.
On the East Coast. So yeah, he's I would say that'd be getting really close to being the same distance from him to us as we are to you.
Yeah.
Okay, so Axel Addict says he has a 68 Sport Fury with a 383 HP. His 727 shifts between second and third early. Any suggestions on how he could adjust it? Travis? Because I don't have any idea on the 727.
If it's only between second and third, I'm not real experienced at troubleshooting that kind of stuff. I would think if it was doing it in all the gears, maybe the TV valve or the kickdown cable, but I don't really have. I can't answer that. If First Responder Garage is in the chat here, he might have an answer to that question.
Yeah, I think he's trying to identify vehicles that stole a horse.
Oh yeah. I thought he was coming back from having to identify vehicles that stole the horse.
Well, maybe he's on his way back. Yeah, I know, Richard. It's not pants. We're talking about a car, but they just reminded me of a movie I remember hearing about. It was the sisterhood of the traveling pants, or something like that.
Well, we can name the car Pants.
There you go.
Well, name it Teenage Girl Pants.
Pants, britches. We can man it up a little bit. Call them britches.
Britches. There you go.
Yeah. Yeah. See, Busted Grill Garage. Jacob said he talked his wife into going to Summit Racing store on their honeymoon.
Nice.
Yeah, he's got a good one.
Oh, it's lightning pretty bad here.
This 47 says Sisterhood of my big fat feral traveling tomato pants. Big fat steel traveling tomato pants. I don't know.
I don't know either.
Yeah, Richard says the passenger side on third gen Camaro has a horrible, huge hump. See, I drove the whole way, so I don't know about the passenger side, but I know the driver's side is. And I'm not a big guy. I'm 5'8". I'm short and husky. I'm 5'8", 230, 235. So I don't have long legs, but that car was cool at first, but it got really uncomfortable like after the first hour because you don't have enough room to move your legs around
No.
and you end up with a pressure point somewhere the whole trip, and I couldn't get my hips right. You know, it was just yeah.
I feel your pain.
We were so happy to get home after that 16-hour car ride. That was, you know, and that I'm used to driving in pickup trucks. You know, I drove from Gainesville, Florida. Well, dude, I've drove that trip several times in an old Dodge truck like Travis has got, and it didn't have. I don't know what seats that guy had in his Dodge. They weren't Dodge seats. I think he said they were. I don't know what they were, but they were very uncomfortable. But it still wasn't as bad as that Camaro because you can move around. That Camaro, you just couldn't move. Your legs are straight. You didn't have enough room to, like. I would try to drive my left foot and get my right leg up, but it just it was uncomfortable. But
another train. I'll be back.
Okay, I'll keep rambling. I'm good at that. But, you know, I've made that trip down to Gainesville, Florida, a few times with my 2012 Silverado, and it was great. I was like, shoot, yeah, we can make that in this Camaro. That's no big deal. Yeah. Yep. Kids, family, and money. That does take a toll on some of the fun stuff. I understand that. I mean, I hope you don't take offense to me saying, why didn't you go? Because, you know, I understand that. There's a lot of stuff in my local area, and I've lived here for 30 some years, that I haven't seen yet for partially the same reason, just because life takes over and you don't get to enjoy some of the stuff you want to get to enjoy. I understand that. 47. The sisterhood of my big fat fried green magnolia. Yeah, I know Blake with Bad Tree Productions. He went down. He was able to go to the Summit store down in Texas here a few weeks ago. He's down there visiting Ryan with Streetcar Chronicles. Amber's suggesting you that you turn around so that the porch light is in front of you instead of behind you.
Tell Amber I don't want to do that because there's spoilers over there.
Oh, well, we can't see them because it'll be dark behind you.
It's not really. I don't know. We'll go like this.
All right, so I'm going to try to catch up on the chat here. I think I'm a little bit behind on the chat. Okay,
train going the other way. I'll be back.
All right. So athletics, I think on 727, it's not slipping. It just shifts fast, especially when I'm cruising at lower speed. So it's shifting early. Yeah, the TV or the cable, the kickdown maybe, because the 727's got a throttle valve, right?
Yes.
It's a mechanical throttle valve.
Yes. If it's stock, it'll have an actual mechanical linkage, and you can adjust that. Usually, on the part where it goes on the transmission, you can take a bolt loose and you can slide it there, or you can adjust it up on the carburetor. I've seen them where you can put a bolt in there so the throttle hits it sooner, so it gets more throttle valve with less throttle input. Or if you want to keep that all the same, you can adjust it down on the transmission where it actually hooks up to the kickdown or the throttle valve lever on the transmission. You can adjust the linkage there.
Yeah, I've only done one of those, and that's been years ago. And I had a old school Mopar guy tell me exactly what to do to adjust it. So I don't remember any of it. I just remember it was like it was different for me because it was all mechanical. It wasn't GM or it was cable. It wasn't a throttle valve. It wasn't a kickdown. It was all mechanical.
Yes.
And he explained to me how it worked and how I need to adjust it, and that's how I did it. And at the time, it made perfect sense. But now I don't remember. I don't remember specifically how to do that.
I adjust mine so that when I'm at full throttle, I have full throttle valve, and it seems to. That's probably not the right way. That's what I've always done. It seems to work for me. This is getting longer and longer. We're not going to be able to remember the name of this car.
So yeah, he. The end of this comment just sums it all up. Yes, he's married. Fried green tomatoes, steel magnolias, sisterhood of the traveling pants, my big fat Greek wedding. They're all girl movies.
Yeah. So Sisterhood of the Traveling Pants is actually the name of that movie you were talking about then.
Yeah. So yeah, Blake said the scratch and dent out back in the is it Arlington, Texas? Yeah, Arlington, Texas Summit Racing. If you could get down there, and that's the one that Ryan is close to, and he goes to all the time, and tells me, "Hey man, I was down at Summit the other day. You should have seen all the cool stuff there." I'm like, "Yeah, shut up. I'm in the middle of BFE nowhere. We have nothing cool close to me."
I don't drive truck anymore, so I won't be. I don't, and we didn't really do a lot in Texas anyway. In the truck, I did mostly Midwest and Southeast.
Yeah, Blake was down there to do the. They had a vintage drag at Little River Dragway. Let's see. Actually, not to like jump in front of Bad Tree, but I really don't care. Blake understands. But my wife and I, Mr. Square Body, we are planning a trip down to Texas. We're going to go to Canton, Texas, to the big flea market. The last week in June, first weekend in July, something like that.
Oh,
So
nice.
we'll actually be down in Texas the last week of June, and Ryan from Streetcar Chronicles is supposed to have us a Square Body Stuff presidential suite ready for us at his new house. So
Awesome.
we'll see how that goes. But Axle Addict, we may have to look you up. We'll be in the Canton. Oh man, where is it that Ryan's moving to? I can't remember now.
Emory?
Emory, yeah, Emory, Texas, which is just north of Canton. Yeah, Richard says there's a whole bunch of trains.
Yes, there's a lot of trains here. There's two sets of tracks. So they go both ways, and there's a road on both ends, so they all have to blow their horns twice every time they go by our house. There's never any cars on the road, just trains, but they still blow their horn every time.
Yeah. Yeah, there's a lot going on for us this summer too. It's like that's why this last week or so I just kind of chilled out, so I don't get overwhelmed with it. I'm easily overwhelmed with all this stuff because I'm not used to all this stuff, and like I mean I'm you guys take this for what it is, but I'm speaking at the freaking NSRA deal this weekend. I mean, it's not a big thing. I mean, I'm not like headlining or nothing like that. I'm not on their billboard. I'm part of another group I was asked to speak on behalf of another company.
Well, but I've said it before. You're kind of a big deal, Chad.
I was like, it's still like, okay, what's going on? I mean, this is way out what I expected out of this whole deal, and so I'm trying to make sure I don't let it overwhelm me and burn me out and take the fun out of it.
Yep, that's my biggest fear with YouTube is there's been a lot of things that I really enjoyed doing till I made it my job, and then it wasn't fun anymore. And I don't want this to stop being fun.
Yep, and I did that several years ago. I thought, I've always, one of my, aside from square bodies, my other huge passion is ATVs. I grew up on four-wheelers. I love four-wheelers, especially the vintage ones. Now they're vintage to me because, the late 80s, early 90s ones, back in the heyday, back when they were kind of new and fresh and things were happening. And when I was a kid and learning about them, that was, well, back in that time, that was my life. I read every Dirt Wheels, 3 and 4 wheel action magazine, everything that had to do with, if we drove by a motorcycle dealership, I begged Mom and Dad to stop in there so I could look at the four-wheelers. I was just a nut. And I finally, it's been about 6 years ago, I was able to buy my dream ultimate unicorn four-wheeler. And then I had it for like 2 years and I sold it. And I'm kicking myself still yet for ever getting rid of it. But, I love messing with four-wheelers. And so what happened was, I guess it was about 10 years ago, I decided, hey, I was out of a job. I quit a job. I was like, hey, I'm just going to open up my own shop to work on four-wheelers. Because we're in farm country. On every farm around here, there's at least 1 or 2 four-wheelers. So, and we don't have any good shops around. We have dealerships that they don't like the farmers and stuff. They just want to take their money. We all know how dealerships are.
Yep.
So, you know what? I'm going to offer my service to work on these things and offer, someone good quality work at a fair price. And it was doing good, but then I lost the fun of it.
Yep.
I still like four-wheelers, but it's like it was just a job. And it was a struggle because I was self-employed. I was trying to do it. Didn't know what I was doing as far as the business end of things, because I could sit there, I could tinker and just piddle around on one four-wheeler. It may be a simple project that should only take me an hour, but I could just sit there and fiddle with that all day long and be fine.
Yeah.
But that does not make the money.
No.
And it was like, I was trying to, get that through my head, and you get these in and out. And it's like, I lost the fun in it. I was like, nah, I'm just not doing this no more. I can't do it. So I quit because I got to where I hated four-wheelers. And I didn't want to hate one of my biggest passions of my life.
Yeah.
And I'm not going to, I'm with that, with learning that, with that situation, I don't want this YouTube thing to be the same thing over again. I don't want this to end up where I hate working on my trucks. Cause I love working on my trucks. I mean,
don't worry, Chad. You'll never hate square bodies.
No, I'll never hate them. I just don't ever want to get to the point where it's like, and there has been times, I'm not going to lie to anybody. There has been times like, you know what? I would literally be better off if I just step back and look at everything. I'd be better off just to sell all of the square bodies, maybe keep Buddy, and sell the rest of them. And because I've got, my wife's got a 2019 Ram, got her Tahoe, and I could keep Buddy and my Silverado, my Duramax, and we'd be fine. We don't need any more vehicles than that. But it's like that's not that's not my dream. That's not my passion.
No.
So that's when I get to that point. It's like I'm just take a step back, and that's not where I want to get. So. Let's get back to the Mopar transmission talk here. Manual valve body is the way to go. Yeah.
Yeah.
Richard's asking how close that delicious breakfast restaurant do you live? Is he talking about the one that we meet at?
No, he's talking about Bo's Barbecue and Breakfast in Sykeston.
Oh, that's like 3.5 hours away from me.
Yeah, so when Amber and I were going through on our way here, we went through there early in the morning, or pretty early in the morning. So we stopped at Bo's Breakfast and Barbecue, and we sent everybody pictures of us eating there. We had a Honda 3-wheeler when I was probably 10.
Yeah.
Something like that. My dad bought my sister a 3-wheeler. None of us ever rolled it, surprisingly.
Yeah, I've rode several 3-wheelers, never rolled one bad. I mean, I've laid them over, but it was easily preventable.
You're talking about... Go ahead.
I've got an '84 Honda 250R, which is the 2-stroke, I guess, racing sport 3-wheeler up in my barn. That I need to do something with it.
A broken down Yamaha Blaster sitting right over there. I think he said that it's got a bad ignition box or CDI or something. It doesn't run anymore.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
How much does he want for it?
I don't know if he wants to sell it, but I'll ask him.
Oh.
It's my nephew's.
Oh, okay.
He rides it, breaks it, brings it back. Grandpa fixes it. Then he rides it and breaks it, brings it back. Grandpa fixes it. But it's been here for a while. So my dad also has a CF Moto. Yeah. And when it broke, he let him borrow the CF Moto to play with. Well, then he rolled the CF Moto, and the seatbelt came unhooked while he was rolling it, and he broke his foot. And now he's not so much into the off-road type stuff. I think it scared him, so he hasn't been pressing him to get the blaster fixed.
Let's see, and the blaster, the Yamaha blaster, which I like I said, the 4-wheeler thing, I geek out and have just as much passion about those as I do the square bodies. And I remember the Yamaha blasters. They're not the big machine. I don't necessarily love them, but I want one just to have. I want a collection.
Let me make sure I'm right. It's a blaster. The blaster's the air-cooled 4-stroke, right?
No. A blaster is an air-cooled 2-stroke, a 200cc 2-stroke.
Okay, I think maybe it is a 2-stroke. I don't know, but it's air-cooled. It's not water-cooled.
Yeah. See, they had the Banshee, which is a twin-cylinder 2-stroke liquid-cooled.
It's not a Banshee. It's a blaster. But it's got a. Is there such a thing as a 250 or a 300 jug or something that you can put on it? Make it a big bore.
Yeah, they've got big bore kits for them.
I think it has a big bore kit. I don't know much about it. I just know that they struggle to keep it running.
Yeah. Sheepdog asks, anyone ever installed cheap Chinese stainless headers on a small block Chevy? I have not personally. I do have a friend of mine that had a set on his truck, actually 2 trucks, off of eBay. Just a cheap stainless eBay headers, and he loved them.
I have they were like $160 stainless headers off of eBay on Extra Parts, it's a big block Chrysler, but I absolutely love them. They fit great. They feel really nice. I think they're good headers.
Yeah, and I remember looking at his. His had really thick flanges, like to mount to the heads.
Yeah, I think the flanges on mine are 3/8, and
Yeah.
a magnet won't stick to them, so they're decent stainless.
Yeah.
And they're heavy wall. They're good headers. Like I think they're heavier. I have a set of Headman headers for a big block in a 4-wheel drive here, and I want to say those stainless headers I have are much thicker tubes than even the Headman headers I have are.
Yeah. So I would not be afraid to use them.
No, I wouldn't either. As always, your mileage may vary, but I had good luck with the ones that I bought on eBay.
Yeah, 250R Honda. I grew up on Kawasaki's, but the Hondas, you can't beat them. They're dead nuts reliable. I've actually got a Honda. I've got 2 Hondas in my barn that I need to do something with. Got that 250R 3-wheeler, and I've got I don't even remember what size it is, a 300 or 350 Foreman or something like that. It's an older utility quad that got left here. My boys brought it over and couldn't get it running. They said, I'm just going to leave it here. I'm like, all right, whatever. Of course, my dream 4-wheeler that I was talking about earlier that I bought and then sold, and I'm stupid. I mean, I could literally punch myself in the face for this. Was 87. Hold on, big bug. Hold on, guys.
Did it get you?
No,
Holy crap,
I got
what is
him.
that thing?
It's a big moth of some sort.
Huh.
I thought it was a bat. Now, if there's a bat flies in here, I'm gone. You're on your own. I could have a grizzly bear walk up in here. I mean, hey, fist bump. A bat flies in here, I'm out. I do not do bats. I've had some bad dealings with bats. I'm serious about that. This is my bat face. It's serious. So let's get back to the 4-wheeler stuff. That's more fun to talk about. Let me look through the chat real quick. See if I'm missing anything. Okay, so Sheepdog's got a set of headers coming already for his 84 C10, so he's kind of scared what he might hear. So yeah, you're good. Now, like Travis said, your mileage may vary. Now, my experience with them is not personal, but other than it was a good friend of mine, and well, he had 2 sets on 2 set on 2 different trucks. And then my son has a set of those cheap eBay stainless headers on his 4.3 liter V6 in his S10.
Oh,
and they're great. So all of the cheap eBay stainless headers I've heard about are great.
I had good luck with the ones I bought, so fingers crossed for yours.
So my dream 4-wheeler that I had that I sold was an 87 Suzuki LT 500R Quadzilla. And they called them a Quadzilla because back in the day, and there's only been maybe a couple other 4-wheelers that could come close to it since then that could match it. It was the baddest of the bad 4-wheelers you could ever find. It was a 500cc 2-stroke, and it was a beast.
Isn't that the one that broke your friend's foot?
Yeah, it broke his foot. It broke his toe, and it almost broke my foot. I mean, it folded my foot like this because he had to have steel shank shoes on or boots on to start it. Because if it ever kicked back, it would either break your foot or throw you over the handlebars. It was and it wasn't because anything was off. It was just the nature of the beast.
Yeah.
If you turn it over just right, got it on the top dead center, cranked it over just right, nice and smooth, and then hit it. It would fire right up. Bam. Even if it was cold. Cold or hot, didn't matter. But if you didn't do it right, if you didn't sweet talk it, if you didn't, yeah, it would try to kill you just trying to start it. Now, in driving the thing, I mean, it wasn't so wild that it. Of course, I got used to it, to where it didn't scare me anymore. But everybody that rode it, like, nope, I don't want it. That was good. I don't want to ride it no more. And it's like, yeah. And they're riding, these. My son, one of my boys, had a 450 Can-Am, fuel injected, had a hot tune, had a programmer on it. It's fuel injected, so it had programmer. It was set on the max tune for MX racing. It was like a freaking rocket, but it felt like a turd after you got off of mine. So, but man, I am so stupid for getting rid of that thing, because I mean, for one, it's just
really easy to find to buy, are they?
Well, I've seen a few, but they're like $6,000 or $7,000, $8,000.
Oh wow!
And not even the same shape that mine was in. Not that mine was perfect or pristine, but I got mine cheap enough, and it was I rebuilt it, and it had different plastics on. It had the white plastics, which those came from the factory. It's only yellow. But mine had aftermarket white plastics. I recovered the seat. I went through the whole thing and made it exactly what I wanted it since I was 10 years old. And I for what I had into it, I could never replace it. Never replace it for what I had into that bike.
Yeah.
And it's just stupid to sell it. But I thought, I don't need this thing around. I can sell it. But the thing that bugs me the most is I have nothing here that, like, I can't even remember what I sold it for, $2,000-$3,000, whatever it was. I have nothing here that actually, like, tangibly replaced it.
Yeah.
Like, I took this money from this my dream 4-wheeler and put it into this to have my replacement dream. No.
Yeah.
It's just So yeah, Blake says he'd like to try to find a cheap Enduro. I want one of those too, just to, like, drive back and forth to work. Yeah, the KLRs are, like, stupid tall. If you're talking about the actual height of the bike, yeah, they're hard for short guys to ride. Anyways, that's I don't know. That's just my tangent I got on the 4-wheeler thing. How did we get on that, anyways?
I don't even remember. Somebody said something about a 4-wheeler in the comments, I think. No, we were talking about your other passion and killing something that you were passionate about by making a job out of it.
Yeah.
Well, I think I'm going to go in the house because it's starting to get windy and cold out here. So
Okay. You gonna sign off or just move in?
Yeah, I'm going to sign off because I'll lose internet as soon as I go in the house. So
okay, no deal, no big deal. Because I probably need to be getting to bed too. I may stay up and chat with some people in the chat. But anyways, yeah, I appreciate you hanging in there, Travis. I know your internet is kind of a sketchy deal at the moment.
Yep.
But we made it work.
Yeah, it was actually the internet out here tonight was pretty good. So
yeah,
I guess I could have done the live from the porch the whole time. I figured going to town I'd have better internet, and it still turned out to be a disaster. So, but
no, actually, I mean this whole deal was on your end of things wasn't bad at all. I mean, last week that was kind of rough. It was spotty. It was hard to deal with, but
Well,
made it work.
we had to switch phones. You didn't get to experience my frustration of why my phone all of a sudden wouldn't connect to the internet for some reason when we got to town. So, but
I have experienced that before, but that's why I'm sitting out here with a shop light hung from my eave and bugs flying around me and screaming a little bit. So, all right,
and no live next week from us. And the following week, again, I won't be able to join you. But back to our regular scheduled programming after that, hopefully.
Yeah, maybe.
And we'll get this summer vacation out of the way and go back to the way things used to be. Back to normal life. Not trying to find internet signal to have a live.
Yeah, no problem. We figure it out. All right, we'll see you guys later.
It's good seeing you.
Yep. See you later, Travis.
Talk to you soon. Bye.
All right, so it's just me. That's all you got to deal with now. Unless I know the. Okay, so I'm back. Let's go through. Looks like they got Steve, Sheepdog, Blake from Bad Tree Production still in here. I'm not sure if are you talking to me about the sitting on a quad as a kid? Yeah, I used to go sit on them. I when I was like the 87, 89, I was 10 years old in 89. I remember sitting on a brand new 500 Quadzilla in the dealership, knowing that I would never own something like that. But eventually I did. Oh yeah, we never got into street racing. Have we heard of the importance of trees for Ryan's head? No. $170 for tow hooks. First responders is back. I guess. Did you get your vehicles notified or identified for the officers or whatever it was? Okay, yeah, Jacob, if you could find it. If I can't, I don't know if it'll let me. It won't let me copy and paste the deal. So, yeah, if you could go back up in the chat to where I had the link up there, jump in here on the live with me. Yeah, this KFX 700. I do have a story about one of those when they first came out, and I was, I was about the time they came out. I was working in my shop working on these things, and I was down at the local Kawasaki, Honda. I think there's a Kawasaki, Honda, Yamaha dealership at the time, and I was down there all the time getting parts, stuff. Knew all the guys, you know. They knew I was there. They knew I wasn't going to buy anything new. But I went in there to get some parts, and I noticed a brand new one sitting on the floor, the KFX 700 B4. So I'm like, I've been reading about these things in a magazine the whole time. Like, oh man. And I'm a Kawasaki guy. So all right, I gotta sit on one of these. So I sat on one, and the one of the salesmen came out and said, "Hey man, what do you think about these?" I said, well, "I don't know what to think about them." I said, "They're a belt drive, like a Polaris." Up to that point, the Polarises or utility quads were belt drives. I'm like, I don't know what to think about it. He's like, I'll bring the demo around. Grab you a helmet. I'm like, I said, I ain't buying one. He said, I know you ain't buying one, but you need to ride one. I'm like, oh, sweet. So I go grab a helmet. He comes bringing this thing around, and he's like, just try to keep the front end on the ground. Don't get too crazy with it. I'm like, it's a big Polaris is all it is. You ain't got to worry about that. Because Polaris, all you do on them is... Anyway, so, yeah, I get on it, and holy crap, I was very pleased. And I was hooked on one of those. They're another one of my dream bucket list four-wheelers to own. They're starting to get affordable now, but some of them that are affordable are pretty well ragged out. But, I know how to fix them, so you never know. Yeah, street racing is trouble, but you're the one, Richard, that was trying to goat Travis into getting into a street race. So, you had your four-wheeler No Name Nationals. That's the thing is No Name Nationals last year. There's a lot of stuff that I didn't even catch, didn't see, didn't notice because I was in my little bubble and had my own stuff I was working on, and it's like some of it I didn't even see, and I feel bad about that. But hopefully that don't happen this year because I'm hoping this year I can do my thing and actually just go visit with people, just hang out. Yeah, that would be cool. I I would love to collect vintage motorcycles too. Street bikes, just some of the old cool stuff. I don't know enough about them to like start spouting off different models of stuff that I love, but I did have an '85 Kawasaki Vulcan 750 at one point in time, or was it 700? Maybe seven. Anyways, I had an '85 Kawasaki Vulcan V twin, and done some stuff to it. I love that bike. I wish I never sold it too because yeah, I can't ever replace it now. Yeah, super trap pipes. Those were the bomb back in the day for any four strokes. Like I said, I grew up on Kawasaki's. My first four wheeler was a Kawasaki. It was a what was it, '88 Kawasaki Mojave 110. Now it was your kid's four wheeler. It was 110 cc's of absolute fury. Not really, but it had front suspension. It was single wishbone. It just done this. But my cousins had a Suzuki 125 quad runner, which had zero suspension, except for whatever air you want to let out of the tires. And they made fun of me because mine was a 110, there's a 120, 125, but I could outrun them in anything because I had front suspension. So yeah, I had a cool bike. Then Dad bought an '87 250 Kawasaki Mojave, which had hot cams, bigger carburetor, uh, super trap pipe. It was set up for racing. It was a bad machine for back then for a dual overhead cam four stroke, and I love that thing. I want to get another 250 Kawasaki Mojave and set it up pretty much like my dad's was, except for his was red. I always wanted a white one, so and I found one. I just can't afford it right now. But anyways, yeah. Someone see Dan. All right, hey Dan is coming in here on the live stream. What's going on, Dan? I don't know what's you're frozen solid right now, Dan. We can see your picture, but that's about it. There you go. You're moving a little bit now. Still frozen. I'm gonna go through the chat, see what Dan comes up with on his end of stuff. Yeah, that would be cool, Blake. A low buck cafe racer. That's
what you know on.
We kind of hear you. We heard. We can barely hear you, buddy.
Okay.
Yeah, we're still.
Shit, with the camera.
We caught that.
Okay, Chad, can you hear me?
I can hear you now and see you. Yeah.
Listen, I got it. Let me explain something to you. I got a special headphones on. It goes to the earbone piece because I'm hard hearing in my ear. I'm deaf in the right ear and half deaf in the left ear.
Okay. Okay.
I got the closed captions on my computer right now. It's posted up where I can read the fan.
Okay. Well, right now your connection is like kind of spotty, so you're kind of cutting in and out. So we'll make the best of it. No big deal. You're from, was it Valdosta, Georgia? Yeah, you froze up again, buddy. Yeah, I'm gonna go through these chats here. Yeah, Richard, I remember back in the day there was a truck that always made our local car shows. It was I want to say a 55 or 56 Chevy pickup, dark metallic blue, step side. It was a nice, slick looking truck. It had the super trap mufflers sticking out the side just in front of the rear tires. And of course, growing up on a four wheeler that had a super trap pipe on it, I really love to hear those things. I mean, I don't even know if Super Trap is even a company anymore. I haven't even looked at that up.
Well, I was going to say a minute ago, I found the original factory tow hook for my 84 Chevrolet pickup truck. I'm sorry, my camera's got an automatic zoom thing on it. I got to turn that thing off, automatic thing off. You keep doing it every time. Just
That's okay.
bear with me on this crazy camera doing it.
No problem.
Anyway, the 84 Chevrolet truck I found a factory tow hook online on eBay for $170 for it though.
That's kind of high, but
yeah, I noticed it. A couple years back ago on eBay, they have one of them for $75 a couple years ago, but now the price is going up on it. It's like a crazy price when you find the original one.
Yeah. Of course, yeah, everything's going crazy now with prices, and I need to look and see. I got one 80s model truck that might have tow hooks on it. I'm gonna look and see if I can find some tow hooks. I'll try to get a hold of you and make a deal with you on them. But I don't think I've got any tow hooks.
Does your tow hook get facing down?
I don't even know if I have any. Yeah, I know which ones you're talking about. The factory ones that face down and kind of point back. That's what my
yeah.
I had my 88 Suburban had them.
Yeah, 88 all the way up to 95 had the straight out one hook to it though.
Yeah.
And I got one of them from a junkyard But I'm trying to find the original factory one that had the straight down one because my bumper had an air dam on it, an opening hole. It was the original one on my truck, but it did not have a hook come with it.
Yeah.
Because my air dam had a hole in the front, and I looked it up online on my OBO sticker. It said for 80 model truck with tow hook on it, and I had an air dam in the front with cutout holes that already there for the tow hook. And I didn't have a tow hook on the truck for a 4x4.
Yeah, and that's kind of funny because my the '88 square body Suburban I had factory tow hooks and an air dam, but the air dam didn't have the cutouts for the tow hooks.
Yeah, there was square cutout. I seen online the pictures of it. I could look it up on Google, the picture of the tow hook of it with the air dam on it, and I found out I had air dam on mine with a square one with a tow hook that's supposed to be facing down showing. And when I was looking up on my truck, I text me email message to the guy asking about the tow hook, how it was supposed to be mounted. He said it was mounted on the frame where your muffler mount bracket is. So I didn't know that was supposed to be. So
yeah, it was the tow hooks were an option. Not all of them came with tow hooks, but it was an option. But it's kind of funny because, like I said, mine had tow hooks, but the air dam wasn't cut out for them. I cut it out, and yours had the cutouts in the air dam and had tow hooks.
Yeah,
or
mine
at least
was
one
the
tow
original
hook.
factory one that was in it on the truck on the bumper. Because my bumper had clip on it, the original. I had the original air dams on it though.
Yeah, I'm gonna look through these chats real quick. Yeah, like I said, if I could find us, if I have any factory tow hooks, I'll let you know and see what we could find. Richard Pratt says we can still buy super traps, $300 a piece.
There goes
Yeah.
the camera again.
Yeah.
I got a fish hanging up my wall. My camera keeps showing the fish on the wall, and my camera keeps going zooming out. I don't know what's going on with this camera. At the left take cameras and high definition was the good camera, but it'll tell you when the camera is on, when the light blows up on my camera, and it'll tell you it's on live. So it'll tell me that one.
Yeah.
I had the camera for a couple of years and I never had any problem with it. But now when I had to restart my computer, I had Windows 7 on my other computer. This custom built computer that I just fixed up on it had Windows 10 home edition on it though. It would not take Windows 11 because it has a 32-bit software bit on here. So I have to go buy a new motherboard that goes with a higher bit software system for it though.
Yeah, I do pretty much all of my stuff. I'm on my cell phone right now. I mean, I've got an old. Our laptop is an old. I don't even remember what brand it is. It's an old. I want to say Toshiba, something like that. It's old, and we can't hardly do anything with it. But and then I mean, for my videos.
I have information off the internet that I got, and I printed all out, and I did the OBO code to find out what was the truck that you were supposed to have in it. And I put it in on my Microsoft Word, and I put it all in, and I printed out all the information that what the truck had in with the original OBO sticker that I had in it. And I took the bill sheet sticker, because they call it bill sheet. Is that what they call it? Bill sheet, OBO sticker?
That's in the glove box?
Yeah, it goes on the fender that was on it, the stickers on it, had all the information for the truck.
That's not the build sheet, that's the SPID. SPID, they call it the special parts identification sheet. That's what the dealership.
Yeah, one of them called an OPO. OOP,
yeah,
OPO, whatever it is.
RPO
sticker
code.
that was on the finger that had all the part numbers
Yeah.
on it, and what was on the figure that came with it.
Yeah. So yeah, all those
I got
what's
that.
on that sheet is RPO codes, rolling production order codes, and they call that a SPID sheet, the special parts identification. That way, at the dealership, they can look at that sheet and say, okay, this truck was ordered with this rear end or these certain parts, so they can order the correct parts if anything needs to be replaced on it.
Let me go get mine for a second. I'll explain it to you.
Yeah, Blake's talking about the build sheet here. Now, the build sheet I found underneath the seat on most square bodies.
Yeah, most of the square body had that on their seat, but some of them had on the fenders or on the glove box. They had that too.
Yeah. Now, the one underneath the seat is the actual build sheet that went with the truck down the assembly line.
Yeah.
The one that's on the fender and the glove box is just the SPID. Not necessarily generic. It's not generic. But it doesn't have all the information. They didn't go by any of that at the assembly line.
Yeah. On Facebook, I did follow you on Facebook on your Facebook page, but I was trying to get you, invite you into my square body page on Facebook.
Which page is that?
Let me pull up my page real quick. Let me sure. I got a desktop computer on here to use and everything for research. I think it. Hold on a second. I think I can pull it on my phone. Maybe I can tell you what it is. Remember it on my phone. Let's see my Facebook. Where is everybody? Okay. It's Georgia 73 through 87 GM square body truck group N89 to 91 Suburban.
Okay. I'll double check. I mean, I get a lot of invites to stuff, and sometimes I don't make it through all of the invites to check all of them. But I'll make sure I try to check that one.
Yeah, I get a lot of people coming into mine. They sign in the members into it, and they post up pictures on the truck that they have, parts they got on there, and other stuff, and they share what they got in. And I post most of them on my truck, and some of them from the website on YouTube. I posted on YouTube to Facebook on my group page, show them how they fix the vehicle and everything on YouTube on the lmttruck.com or brothertruck.com. They have a video of it on YouTube there, and I posted on Facebook page to show how to fix the repair on a square body truck, most of them from the 60 to an 80 or 90 model truck.
Yeah. Yeah, I'll try to go through there on Facebook and see if I can.
Yeah, I got some 3 catalog books here for truck. I got one from a USA One Industry for the 73, 83 full-size Chevy GMC truck parts catalog book for that one. And I got the LMC catalog book for the truck also. This brand new just came out for 2023, the season volume 2. I got that one. I got the Water Truck catalog book came out too, and I just got every one of them catalog books that came out that goes for truck. I start searching for parts. And other website I go to search for part two, try to get the complete full I'll say steering simile, the whole thing, the
steering column,
ball joint, tie rod, steering stabilizer, all kinds of stuff. The complete set kit what I was trying to do to get up one website to get all of that. Okay, I got my OPO right here. I just eliminated it because they were fit to fall off the fender though. I
Yeah.
saved it by the time. Anybody can get that lucky they save it though when that fall off the fender, lose it down the road.
Yep. Yep. I've got.
Anyway, I noticed that on my code on my truck says tinted glass all windows.
Yep.
And
That'd be the.
please, yeah, all glass window tinted window.
Yeah.
What it says right here on mine. I got the paper right here I wrote down. I print out off from this and I put it on another sheet paper that I wrote down on it though. And easier for me to write down because I had to take my flashlight and shine at the OPO sheet to read it because it started getting older and hard to read to it though.
Yep.
Anyway, let me get my, oh, here it is. I got 94 list of parts for the truck on here. And let me read all this for you. What I got on this truck. It's supposed to have. Some of them are supposed to have on it. There was some of them didn't have. That was missing. But my truck already had the parts on there, but it was not listed on the OPO sticker. So let me read it for you. If you don't mind.
That's fine.
All tinted windows from an 86 to an 88. And body equipment, fleece size pickup truck with bed. Be cruise control on the truck. I do have cruise control on my truck. Well, I found out when I went to auto parts store, look for a speed sensor that goes behind the dash with a square box, has an electronic hooked up to it though.
Yeah.
Okay, they did not make one for an 84. So I told them to go for 1 year up, go with 85 and see if they had it. And 85 had it on there because the door jam switch for the light to come on when you open the door.
Yeah.
They pull up the 84 mile part. What they said showed it was a round plug-in in the back. I told them it's not mine, not there. I pulled out of my pocket, showed them I got. That this is the one I came up truck. He said, "What kind of truck is it?" I said, "An '84 Chevrolet Custom districts on it." He said, "A custom?" I said, "Yeah." He said, "Well, let me pull up 85, it's the same thing. What we looking at the switch port on for the
Yeah.
anyway, same thing with the door jam switch 85. I'm thinking, well, 84 mile truck might have ran out of wire hardy. They dropped an 85 in, and it did it that way.
Yeah. See, 84. There's a lot of stuff that changed in 85, and so 84 and 85 is one of them transition years where if it was a late 84 production model, like see June or July, made in June or July of 84, it could have had a lot of stuff from the 85s because 85s got started producing in August of 84. There's a lot of that stuff.
I found out when I have the 85 mile point on the truck, which is electrical only, but the body on the truck was 84 mile parts. But when I found out the grill on the truck that I had was supposed to be 84 with a dual headlight, but 83 and 84 only made that particular type of grill with a dual headlight with the strip on across it all the way across the grill. And that type of strip on the grill is hard to find because somebody put an aftermarket grill on the truck when I bought the truck.
Yeah,
I'm trying to go back to the stock price as I can.
Yeah, does yours have the dual headlights or just a single headlight?
Yeah, dual headlight.
Okay. So if it's a custom deluxe with dual headlights, it should have on your sheet on your RPO code should have a V22 option on there. I'm guessing. Unless somebody's kind of pieced the truck together at some point.
It did not show
Because
it on my sheet though. When I'm looking
Yeah.
at it, it didn't show it on my sheet when I looked at the other paper that I print out the second one. But all it shows is a dipstick front end appear on the fender. That was supposed to be on there. It did have somebody cover the holes up on the fender where it used to be at.
Yeah.
But when I looked at the fender on it, I see the mark there where the holes right there. And
Yeah.
that's the original fender on it because somebody painted the truck white. It's not the original color.
Yeah.
Because the original color on the truck was silver metallic. And it says on my OBO sticker, it says silver metallic solid paint. But when I took the bed off the truck, when I was doing a vinyl lining underneath the bed to do that from rusting. But when I took the bed off, I looked at the bed on the wall on the truck to get the cap. They both had the silver color paint on it, but the bed never got taken off. It had the original color on them. And it had the numbers written on it though from the factory.
Yeah.
You ever seen one like that before?
Yeah, there's several. I don't remember what the numbers are or what they mean, but they'll have numbers on the back of the cab.
Yeah, because the bed and the cap had a number on the back of it. It had number 17 on the cap and the bed. I mean, the paint color. And the other one was, I think it was 26 or 29, something to number the matching cap go with the bed together. And 17 is the paint color. And when I looked at the paint code for another model truck, it came up with went to the PPR, whatever the paint place up in the painting information.
Yeah.
For the paint code. They asked me what the paint number on it. It said code 17. He said, what year is that truck? He said 84. He said, they don't make one on an 84 on the paint code 17. I told him, go with an 83 or an 85, you'll find it. He pulled up an 85, he found on 85. So 85 is probably one of the colors that go on truck.
All right. So
because
I hate my memory sometimes because trying to think what digit on the VIN, what digit the year is on the VIN. I can't remember on those.
Okay.
I can't look it up because I'm on my phone.
Yeah, it's okay. No big deal. Everybody can't remember anything very well. But what year you were born?
I was born in 79.
Yeah, you born 79. I'm born 78. You're probably about 1 year behind me though.
Yeah.
Anyway, if you get the OPO stickers, it'll have the factory date year that was written on top when it's print out, or the figure that came out. Mine said it was on December 1483.
Oh, so yours is a late.
Yeah, it was printed out in 83, and they put the VIN numbers in the truck on there with it.
Yeah.
Because my truck was built in Canada.
Okay. Well, this is just good information because your truck has a lot of stuff from an 85, but is built in December of 83.
Yeah.
But is also built in Canada.
It's
so
85 electronic stuff on it, but 84 model body was on the truck. Because here's the kick thing you know about. You know the VIN number on the last couple of serial numbers on the VIN number on your truck?
Yeah.
Look, what year model that truck you have behind you?
78.
78. Okay. There's probably some of the 80 model truck have a serial number stamp on the chassis.
Yeah.
When you go to
This one has it too.
Cap on okay, on the passenger side of the cap, underneath on the chassis, on top of the chassis, between the cap and the chassis, there's a stamp number stamp on it where the ground wire you that right there.
Yeah.
And I just found that out when I do research on my truck. Mine had the original number that matches the VIN number.
Okay.
And the engine in the truck is original too.
Yeah, because on the stamp on the engine, it should behind the alternator, it should have the same like last 4 or 5 digits on that. On the front of the engine, and on the transmission, it should have stamped on the transmission if it's matching. I know this truck behind me that the frame.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I was going to say the frame on this one matches the VIN number, and the transmission is original to this truck. The engine isn't. Which this is the second engine I've had in the truck personally since I've got it, but the original engine is long gone. It's originally a 250 straight 6, but
my truck had the original engine in it with the serial number. The VIN number on the engine matching the number on the VIN number of the truck is the original engine.
Oh,
they had the original big huge breeder. It's not a shorter breeder, but a big tall breeder.
Yep. Yeah, the heavy duty.
You know that there are 2 air filters on that breeder?
Yeah. And kind of an inner and an outer.
Breeder in the center and the outside breeder.
Yeah. Yeah.
I did not know that. I had that on the truck when I took that damn middle breeder off. They use that for the desert, and I did not realize that when I took that thing off. But I also took the original breeder off. My dad wanted to upgrade the engine a little bit to change the carburetor, change the breeder on it though.
Yeah.
Because he put in a Harley Demon carburetor with the 1900 model with the, let me see what size CTM was that is, if I can remember. 625.
Yeah.
Oh,
I didn't say probably between 600 or 650 or 670, somewhere around there.
Yeah, it's a 625 with a small, but I thought 600. So I still got my quarter jet carburetor. I kept that. I rebuilt it one time, and I thought something wrong with the carburetor. It's not. So I kept that one, and I looked at the number on the carburetor. The original carburetor came on it, so it was the original, but we took it off, and I hold on to it though. But I run the number on the carburetor to find what side is that CMF, whatever that is, you call it, for carburetor side.
Yeah. CFM.
And yeah, CFM. Yeah, you don't know what you call it. Anyway, mine says somewhere between 750 800.
On the Quadrajet, the factory Quadrajet be 750.
Well, mine had shown 2 different ones, but it had 2 different numbers. One was 750 800.
The Quadrajets were.
Choke on it though.
Yeah.
Mine had the electric choke on it though.
Most of the later Quadrajets were 750. Blake, I'm gonna answer a question here in the chats real quick. Blake, if I try to get out of here and find the link and put it in here, I'll lose everybody. You have to just go up the chat if you can and find the link.
I got the link one time. I found on top. I clicked on your way when it hit me up. But if he wants it, I can send him the link to it though.
Yeah, if you've got the link, of course, obviously you got the link because you got in here. Post the link in the chat if you would for me, please. And that way, Blake wants to get in here. Well, he said his kid woke up. And the kid will go back to sleep. Yeah. If you could post a link in there, Dan, on the chat.
Okay, let me send that. Shoot.
Hold on, I pushed some buttons. I may. There we go.
I got it on here.
Let me see. I may have figured it out too.
I got it.
That might. I think I may have figured it out. That might be the the link there, guys.
Be able to see it.
Yeah.
Yeah, you loaded up and I loaded up too, so we both did at the same time.
I was trying something different that I've never tried before.
Yeah, one of them went faster than the other one. Okay, give me the money. I'm bidding on you.
Yeah.
Get it. I'm trying, old timer. What? I got an old dog right here. He's been with the family for 18 years and he's very old.
Wow.
He's a bulldog mix.
Yeah.
I'm trying to keep him here with me with family, but no. He's been with me for 18 years, and I looked up online for a breeding dog, for a bulldog mix. But how long they'll last? They last up to 20 years, and I didn't realize that. So
yeah.
Pretty much.
I had a.
Anyway, let me go back. Let me get back into here with this courier tool right here. I mean, this OPO sticker here. It shows the tow hooks are coded B76. That's a tow hook code. And I did not have it on my truck, but the code was listed in it though. And it also shows a rally wheel. It says Type 2 rally wheel. You ever heard of that? Type 2 rally wheel?
I'm not sure what the difference between the Type 2 rally wheels, unless they were the wider ones. They may have had a wider one for the four-wheel drives, but I'm not 100% sure on that.
I have my sticker on my truck said the original size on the truck where the sticker was showing said 235. Sheet.
235, 75, 15.
Yeah, it's a 15, but my sheet right here is supposed to be on here. Say it on here. I thought I put it in, but I didn't. Yeah, it's on the sheet, but I thought I put it on here on my sheet paper, but I forgot to put it on here though. So that's what's missing. I had to look at my stickers again, but I must have forgot to put it on. I have to redo that again. Yeah, the BJJ1 is the Chaco Vinci.
And what was that again?
BJJ1. It's a Chaco.
What is it?
Chaco Vinci.
Okay, yeah, that's. I say V is usually in interior code.
Yeah. Well, I got on a sticker and I put everything else on the paper and I printed out and everything. I make sure I got everything on there correctly. And I read it double, make sure. And I went to the website on Google for the OPO instruction information. I got a bunch of them off on the website, of here, all the information. I got letter A through L through
Yeah.
C and all them engine code, what though, and all that, and got the engine horsepower for my truck for the LE9 engine. What I got is a 305 V8 non-California engine.
Yeah.
And 160 horsepower, 235 foot-pound torque, made for the K10 model truck with an 81 through an 86.
Yep. Yeah, because the 87 they went to fuel injected.
And the motor size on the 305 with the board is 3.736, and the stroke is 3.48.
Yep.
And
Same stroke as the 350.
305.
Yeah. Well, the 305 and the 350 had the same stroke. What I was saying.
I didn't know that boy that way.
Yeah.
Anyway, the V8 motor with the bore out 30 over, it'll be 310.11354 inch. If you bore out 30 over on it though. If you bore it 60 over, it'll be 315. So I don't know what truck's going right now, but I have never took the truck apart or nothing. Everything left the original like it is.
I would guess it's probably original. It's probably still the 37.
Probably
I
had the
should
original
remember
piston stand. Probably had
Yeah.
the original pistons in it though and everything. I had never been taken apart. Motor part is still sitting in the truck. Put the carburetor on it and everything else. I got the gasket kit for my dad's car, and I got the gasket kit for the truck. I got to do the rear end, change fluid on it. I got to change fluid on the transmission, and
Yeah.
I got to go get a rear main seal for that one because it's got oil linked to it though. So I got to get a rear main seal. And nobody had
Yeah.
one in the parts store nowhere to have one, so like I got to keep on to it and get a rear main seal for the truck. I do have an oil pan gasket, and I have that easy one that you put on a pan that had a little plastic screw-in
Yeah.
thing. It
Yeah.
holds it up for you while you start getting the bolt started. I got the easy kit stuff for that one.
Yeah.
Optimized,
Yeah.
I
The
have that one. And
80, 84, 85 should still be a 2-piece rear main seal, which that would be the same rear main seal. If you went and ordered one for a 78, it would be the same rear main seal.
all 305 motors, B50 305 have the same rear main seal.
Yeah.
Well, I was told everyone with small block Chevrolet truck, small block Chevrolet engine with the 283, 305, 350 with the same rear main seal, what I was told.
Yeah. Yeah. The
But
2-piece rear main seal will be the same.
Yeah, I don't know about the 307. That's what I don't know. Because I know
It'll
307
be
the 307 is the same size as the 305 because it's a 5.0 liter engine. It's
I mean, it has the same rear main seal.
and everything for it. Yeah. It's weird, but 307 is very hard to come by. They don't make those on the 80s model. They did make on the 70s model back then, but they don't make it 307 on the 80s truck.
The only, and I got a video on it. The 307 was only offered in a square body for 1 year, 73. Because 73 was the last year for the 307. It was a different bore and stroke than the 305, and I can't remember the numbers on it off the top of my head, but I've got a video on the 307 in the square bodies, and it was only offered for 1 year because that was the last year for the 307, 73.
Yeah, my 1972 Chevy Cheyenne Hangout pickup truck. That's the one I named that truck Hangout because it was a senior year that time when we drive down the road with the truck, a Hangout called Hangout truck. It had a long wheelbase truck, that bed. Never had a short bed, had a long bed.
Yeah.
Yeah, I love that truck. It's so damn good. Anyway, that truck did have a 307 engine in it though, the original.
Yeah.
Cause when I took that motor apart, I found out it had the original pistons in it there. They had STD on it, was standard piston, never been changed
Yep.
over. And on the back of the block, on the passenger side, on the back, it had said H307 on it though. And the H number matched the VIN number on the truck. It was H307 engine original.
Yeah. That's cool.
And when I had that 72, it was a Cheyenne Super C10 pickup truck with a 350 automatic transmission.
Yep.
No AC in that truck.
Huh.
It never came with AC. Just heat,
Yeah.
no AC. You got to keep pounding on that door out there, open that up, open the fence up on the door. In the summertime, it's cool time. Same thing on the 84, the same thing.
Yep.
84 didn't have no
Yep.
AC either, just heating.
Yeah.
Man, my stepmom
Yeah,
got mad and said, "They didn't turn the heat on, AC on." So, what AC? We got heat in the truck. We open the key panel up and open the bin and cool in the
Yeah.
summertime. She didn't
Yeah.
realize the truck thought he had to have AC in it, but it don't.
Nope. Some of them didn't.
She said, "Where's all that pan right there on the dash?" That's the heating for the truck. It's got heats in it to blow in. There ain't no AC in this truck. Big difference from one to the other one. J-Bo Cutter, somebody coming in the room.
Jacob Carter.
Jacob
sir.
Cutter, whatever that name is. I think he's trying to get his cam going too.
Yeah, we can't see you, Jacob, but we can hear you.
Oh, okay.
And his name
Yeah.
just pop up. I just seen it, be trying to get it pop up.
Yeah, my computer doesn't have a
Okay.
camera at the moment, so
That's all right.
yeah.
What the rear end? When you bought your truck, what was the gear ratio in your truck when you bought yours?
This one behind me?
One's behind you or the other truck you had, the original gear ratio in the truck when you bought it.
This one was originally 342. My 79 is originally, and it still has it, 276. My 84 crew cab was originally 373, 1 ton.
So my truck had a 373 gear ratio rear end.
Yeah. Yeah,
and
that was
also on the OBS sticker says standard bumper. I mean standard rear end, but it's just there.
Yeah.
Because it's a standard rear end on the truck and the front. It's just both of my rear end is GM Timbos.
Yep. Half tons would have had
I got the information online about the rear end panel on the cover. I got the picture of it, look on my phone, hold up against it, and it tells me to say, count the bolts. I count the bolts, so it does how many I got, which one is it, and it's a Timbo rear end.
Yep.
It's
Yeah,
8.5 Timbo GM rear end. And same thing with front end too. But front end's gonna be hard to find a Timbo rear end for the front end. Most people swap it out for the damn 44 end though.
Yeah. Yeah, the 10
I'm
bolt.
not crazy about that 44.
I mean, both of them are plenty strong for just normal driving. My crew cab, my 84 crew cab, 1 ton, has had a Dana 44 in front of it since I got it, and I've beat the living crap out of it. It's junk now. But I've put I put more into that rear end or that front differential than what most people should have, and it's held it. So But yeah, the 80,
Mine,
1980 or 81, they went to 10 bolts front and rear. I mean, that's another one of those things that I've seen factory trucks that should have had a 44 in them have a 10 bolt in the front,
yeah,
and then
I think
vice
some
versa.
of the trucks,
There were several.
yeah, some of the
There's
trucks
several.
have come with it. But when I went to look up the information for the rear end, the replacement parts on it, there were two different types of rear ends made on the four-wheel drive. There was a GM 10 bolt, GM 12 bolt rear end. There were two of them made for that
Uh, uh,
6 bolt pattern.
yeah. Now for on the rear end, the 12
Somebody asked
bolt
me, said,
should the
yeah,
12 bolt was used until like 1980. By 81, 82, you shouldn't have a factory 12 bolt. An 84, it would if it has a 12 bolt in the rear end, it was put in there
Later
by
on.
somebody else.
Right.
Yeah, because
I had a friend of mine that had a 94 Chevrolet Silverado pickup, 1500 CS model, four-wheel drive. Uh, he was going to replace the fluid in his truck, though, and he had no idea what he got. And I looked at his rear end and told him, "You got a GM 14 volt paddle rear end. You got a 1-ton rear end on that truck." And when he went to call his step grandpa was at the parts store getting the gasket cover for it, though, and the rear end seal, replaced the rear end seal for the dry shaft that goes to it. Replaced that rear end
yeah,
seal, and he had to. What I was listening to him on the phone, I heard him say something, and I told him that the GM 14 volts heavy duty rear end. He said, "Okay." Went and picked the parts up for him, and I was help his grandson putting the parts on to get it all straightened out for him, though, and did a grand for him. Help. He's on a handicap wheelchair, and I had to help him do it. And me and him do it
yeah,
together. He get down for a crawl when they work on a truck, and I help him with it. Though he's like I didn't know what he was doing, but I had to help him anyway. Cause I've been around working on vehicles since I was 12 years old, and I'm 45 now, and I've been around a long time working on vehicles.
yeah,
It's been a long time, and the code on the truck, the one I was missing. Did your truck have a few tank shields on
Oh
yours?
boy.
my 1-ton did.
Mine got one came with it.
Yeah,
It's got a gas tank shield on the bottom of it. It came with it, and it got a transfer cage shield came with it too.
yep,
But it was not listed on the OPO sticker, and most of the parts not listed on there. So it was some
yeah,
parts already on the truck, but some parts was not listed on the OPO sticker sheet.
yeah, yeah. You'll run into that on some of them where not everything that came on the truck was listed on the RPO codes, and yeah, that's just some of the stuff you run into on them.
Yeah, I got a tilt column on my truck on that one. I also got
Yeah,
the mine said bumper RR chrome, which is the rear chrome bumper,
yeah,
and I got a step bumper on my truck with chrome.
yeah. That would be the rear chrome. Because one thing a lot of people nowadays don't realize is in the even in the like I'm wanting to say till 87, a rear bumper was an option. They
Yeah,
didn't. I actually remember as a kid going to the dealerships because I was that kid that ride my bicycle down to the dealership and look at these trucks brand new on this lot, and I would see 87s, the square bodies, sitting there on the lot without a rear bumper. And now I realize that now they were a rear bumper was an option. Now in '88, the OBS body style, the next body style, it was standard.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah,
But-
most of the '88 up model has a black plastic
Yeah.
on top of the bumper that goes one way. They had
Yeah.
an option for that one, plastic.
But
or
before that,
chrome.
the rear bumper was an option. Sometimes dealers would put their own bumpers on there. That's why a lot of trucks you'd find, like especially in the '70s, you'd find the steel bumpers with the dealer name and state and all that stuff stamped into the bumpers, because they had their own bumpers, stamped out for that dealership, because it was an option. They would come off of the truck from the factory without a bumper on them, and it was a dealer option, or you could get the factory chrome bumper
I
as
think
an
mine
option.
was the factory, because mine on my sticker on my OBO sticker said bumper or chrome, but mine said on my OBO sticker. I think mine was supposed to have original bumper on it that goes with the light cut out thing, whatever that is.
Yeah, yours
or chrome bumper.
Yeah, if it's on the RPO codes, it came from the factory and showed up at the dealership with a bumper on it.
Now mine's got a step bumper on it now with chromes on the truck.
Yeah.
Hi, John.
How's it going?
Hey,
How's
John.
it going, John?
Hello,
Mr.
Anyway, yeah, mine's
John
got a step
Mother
bumper on it now,
effing Wilburn in the house.
How you doing, Chad? Jacob Carter.
How's it
Dan?
going, John?
I'm doing good. Trying to get, I'm getting eaten alive by bugs, but other than that, we're good.
Yeah,
Yeah,
and
he
the
killed-
truck had an AM and
Chad killed
FM
one
radio
big buck earlier.
tape cassette. But the code of it came on the truck.
Yeah. We'll see you later, first responder.
And I forgot the mirror, the OS below eye line mirror. You ever heard that?
What was that again? Below eye line mirror?
Mirror with an OS below eye line.
Yeah, that's the
Outside mirror on the door.
yeah, it's the below eye line mirror is that kind of mirror.
Ah,
Yeah. That's the kind of mirror I got, the chrome one that I have on my truck. That's the below eye line. And my
That's
uncle, when
mirror.
I bought the truck from my uncle, he gave me an extra set of mirrors for the truck because the one on the truck was starting to get rusted around the glass. So I was like, well, okay, I'll change that out, no problem. But there were the aftermarket mirrors out there that got a heat mirror in it.
Yeah.
I was like, well, yeah, it would be nice to have a heat mirror during the cold weather time to heat that damn mirror up so you can see out them trucks. And they also had a heating system thing that you can put into the windshield wiper system. There's a
Oh wow.
well, the LNG truck got one. It's a kit for it though. You can mount it on your firewall and hook the hose up to it, and you electric power wires to your battery, and you turn that wiper on, and it heats it up the system on a pump, and it spray hot water on your windshield wiper to get all the frosting or snow off the truck though at the time on the windshield.
it's handy.
That would be handy.
Right, that'll be super handy.
Yeah. I seen the other day, I was like, well, my neighbor picked up 2007 GMC truck. He bought his truck up there to North Dakota, and it came with his truck. So he's got that one, and he also got an electric heater plug-in system to go with his truck. Came with it too. It's right on that thing with the plug heat cord in it to heat the truck up.
Yeah. Block heater.
And the LNG truck, Calipo's got one that goes on your on the side of your block, on the what do you call it on
There,
the side of the block?
Your freeze plug.
Yeah, freeze plug. Thank you. They got that go on a freeze plug, and they give you a cord to go with it, and you just plug it into it when it's warm up.
Yeah.
And I asked Daddy about putting it on the truck. He said, "Why? You don't need it. We're in the foul. Don't not even in the damn north."
Yeah.
I said, "Well, one of these days I might go north and get them damn truck to it though."
Yeah. I've got one of them on my
But
Duramax. I don't necessarily have to use it, but it helps.
well, anyway, the towing package. I don't have a towing package on the truck, but I did have a transmission cooler system mounted on the truck. Because when I got
Yeah.
the transmission rebuilt, I had a transmission cooler on it. I bought one back to go, and I gave it to the guy that rebuilt the transmission for me. I gave him this kit, the heavy duty transmission cooling system, put that on there for the truck, and do not hook it up to the radiator. Just separate the line,
Yeah.
just block that radiator line off. He took a hose, but right here, it come down like this on top of just recycled back over to that radiator doing, and just block the line straight to the transmission line.
Yeah.
And that's all you gotta do. And I was like, okay, that worked just fine for me. Just do it that way. And I gave him that heavy duty cord, just hook it up and go. And truck doing pretty good all these years. But now I got starting to get a problem with my transmission.
Uh oh.
Uh-oh.
What the hell, my name transmission? Kick down's not working, and my transmission will not go down low gear one. They go to overdrive G two, three. I mean, excuse me, two, but will not go down to number one. I was like, what the hell is wrong with transmission? I never used the manual shift down low gear, and never used my kick down that much either. And I was like, what the hell is wrong with transmission though? And everybody keep telling me manual linkage, and it can't be a manual linkage. It said not the outside transmission, the inside transmission linkage of the valve body. There's got to be a linkage somewhere on the side if it's not hooked up correctly or something. So I had not taken the transmission part yet. Look at the pan off. Look at it yet because I gotta wait till I gotta finish up my desk car and get his up and running because he just got out of the hospital. Got home in December. He's been in the hospital for heart surgery he had in time. And his car's been sitting up for time. He never even drove it. So he went and got the part for me, and I'm getting ready to put the parts on. So we got rainstorm coming in all the time. So I gotta work on that one. I gotta change the spark plug, spark wire, the valve cover gasket. I gotta change that because it's leaking oil at the time. So I gotta do that.
Hey, Dan,
So,
before you take
Then he
anything
told me
apart
to
on your
check the brakes.
transmission,
Okay, I got to check the brake too.
before you take anything apart, take
I
the
got a lot of
linkage
list
off and
stuff
make
to
sure
do
the
on this
manual
car.
valve goes all the way through.
Yeah.
Might just be on the outside. You take your
Excuse
shift
me, what
linkage
you
off,
said?
you can make sure that the manual valve goes all the way back and all the way forward, and you'll have all your gears.
Oh, my camera is an automatic high definition camera. It keeps moving that way. I gotta go back into my setting camera and check the setting on it. Take the automatic zoom off because it keeps doing it automatically that way.
Yeah.
I like
That's
it.
all right.
Far back away, it showed my fish on behind my head right here, hanging up on my wall with fish on the wall, fishing poles, my Special Olympic medal for what I got one of those. So I was like, damn, my camera keeps shooting at me. I don't want to get with it though.
Chad, you can't be throwing another degree of difficulty on here for me, man.
Right.
I got to turn my ceiling fan on, getting a little bit warm in here, by sweating in here. I got AC on the house, but it's supposed to get heat in here, but it's not kicking in very well. I don't know why AC's not putting out heat. I mean, putting out AC in the bedroom, but it don't blow very awful much, but it blows on the rest of the house. So that's why I turned my ceiling fan on. Dad told me, he said, why don't you put your AC in the window? Okay. I might have to save money up, buy one, put one in. But I might have to take the window out anyway. But I don't like doing it though.
It's getting to be that time of year we leave the windows open at night.
Right.
Yep.
Nice
Yeah.
sleeping weather.
Yep.
So what's
Yeah,
what's
I got-
John been up to?
I just had a long, crazy day and thought I
What-
would come
what
in here
that-
and say hi to you guys.
What better way to finish it out?
Right.
Yeah, yeah, that's right. This
Yeah,
is,
All right,
fish
so,
on my wall. That way, like that. What the hell with the fish? That was my grandparents' fish. And they passed away, and I got the fish.
Yeah, that's cool.
And my uncle got the other one. This one's my grandpa's fish. My uncle got my grandma's fish because both my grandparents went fishing, salmon fishing once with, and they catch the fish, and they got the reward for that. And they kept the fish. I took it up to the some place up there in here near the road from me for about a couple hours drive. They did that squirrel stuff, fish stuff they make and mouth on it.
Yeah.
They did this one. They cleaned the fish up real good, did a good job on it. And I asked them, is that a real fish or that fake fish? He said, that's a real fish. And my jaw was about to drop. I was like, oh, that's a real fish. I can't believe Grandpa got that fish.
I'm gonna answer a question
like
on
we
the
lost
chat real quick
Somebody
there,
here, his
Dan.
camera disappeared. It's like John just
Axel Addict. Yeah, Axel Addict is asking about a 454.
Yeah.
Uh,
I wish I could have a 454 in my truck back in. I know some 80-mile trucks have a 454 in it though.
yeah. So, I don't know what you want to know about a 454, but if you can get hold of a 454 at a good price, grab it. And if you've never experienced big block torque, even if it's stock, yeah, you'll like it. You'll love it. So if you can get it for a good price,
Find one, but I've seen one of them on one of the 87 model truck. The guy had an 87 model. He was up there at Home Depot with my dad's truck. He fought with me. It was mine and my dad's truck. Half together, both of us. I didn't want to do the mechanic work on it though. He too old to do it. I'm the only one doing the work now. Anyway, my truck was parked next to that man's truck. We were getting we'd load up, and we heard his man's truck fired up so damn loud. I asked him, "What kind of motor you got in that truck?" He said, "A 454." Popped the hood. I looked at it like, shit, 454. And it looked like we so fancy with it. No, we built a motor that had the chrome stuff on it though. Okay. I never mind heard that loud monster on it 454. Tom, what's up with the number, man?
Axel Addict, if you could get the whole truck for $200,
go for it.
Buy it.
Right. That's a good price.
And I'll if you don't want it, I'll double your money. Buy it for $200, I'll double your money. and I'll just take the 454 and you can have the truck.
I went to the Chevrolet service place up there in North Carolina, the Winston-Salem. I went up there to get something for my mom's car for the GMC 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 Envoy. I'm sorry, the Envoy. It was a GMC Envoy. It was the 2004 model. Get me correct. I'm trying to remember the truck because I've been working on that crazy vehicle. That shit driving me crazy. Anyway, it was a 2004 GMC Envoy with a 6-cylinder engine in it, though, automatic transmission. We were looking for spare tire jack system. They had to take the tires off to get down the rear end, the back end unit.
Yeah.
We had to
Right.
get a tool for that because we didn't have no tool. It came with the vehicle. If you buy a vehicle that didn't have no tool to come with it, shit, you gotta go buy one. But when I went up there to get the tool for the vehicle, I see a crane engine sitting there, and my eyes were glowing on that engine, and I want the engine so bad. It was a Chevy 502 engine, big block.
Yeah.
And I asked that man to pull it up down to make sure what kind of transmission, what kind of gear ratio that truck can handle with that motor. He said, the one I got in the truck now will work with it, and the gear ratio I got it now will work with that 502 motor. Man, I'll tell you what, that 502 will be done good, but I don't want to overdo it too much on that 4x4 by tearing up transfer case up. So I hope we'll go back down to like a 350 would be better. I don't want to overdo it. But if I get a two-wheel drive truck, I might drive the living shit out of that and pull out a 502 motor in that one. Hit the full hard heel, fast flying. You might get a drag rate on that one, but you might get about 200 miles an hour plus if you're going to creep. If that front wheel lifts up, you'll be hollering, screaming, say, "Baby, I'm coming!" You're heading up the sky to go. Not one thing into it. A man asked me, he was drag racing too. He had a race car down from a house for me. I asked him, "What's your speed limit on how fast you going with your drag racing?" He said he's around about 150, 180. He asked me what I was on mine. I told him that hell, I go with 200 plus. If I go more than that, if I go crazy with it. What the hell, you're crazy. Well, I might be crazy, but I'm not dumb. But I might keep the high speed on the full pedal down full hard. But I seen most of the drag racers on YouTube with Old Man Garage and Speed Channel, and both of them on there from Ohio. I watched their channel. They were racing vehicles built into it though. They use nitrous and twin turbos on the vehicle though.
Yep.
Overkill the motor on one of them. One of them got rid of the 355 motor he had in his Malibu. He got sold that one, went to a 421 motor, put into that one.
Yeah.
And he had
Old man's garage
transmission and the rear end stuff on that one. So I was like, damn, I'm watching on his show. He's doing all the adjustment on that Malibus and he's doing all that.
Yeah.
I'm thinking
That's old
myself,
man.
70-mile truck, I could probably get a 70-mile truck, put a big block motor in it, and put a heavy duty rear end in it, like a G. What's that heavy duty rear end called? Dana 60, that's right. Dana 60 heavy duty rear end.
Let's
Strongest
put a
one
14 bolt in it.
without breaking them
That's what I've
down.
done with this one. Yeah, this one's got a.
I'm sorry, what you doing?
This one's got a 14 bolt.
Yeah, that's probably one like the 3/4 ton truck or 1 ton truck rear end.
Yeah, 3/4 ton. And
Because race truck.
because
But I always thought about the Dana 60. I always thought about you putting a Dana 60 in it, go more stronger without breaking it in, breaking the rear end. You go a heavy duty torque rear end on the nitrous and everything for it though.
14 bolts way stronger than a Dana 60. And then you got a big block with nitrous.
Yeah, I remember I watched you building your motor when I watched you did yours though. I see you did your work to it though. And I did appreciate it for showing me how to change that fuel pump on my truck. Because I changed that bolt that goes to that rod to hold it into place.
Yep, that's a
Because I
That's
did not
a trick.
know.
That's a very handy trick.
I did not know. First time changing that fuel pump on my truck with a mechanical fuel pump, and you said that to put a bolt right there to hold the rod in place. When I did, took one bolt off from the fuel pump we was with and put that rod in there, bolt in there, hold that rod in place to remove the fuel pump. But here's the key thing. I got two bolts sitting there in front of the motor right next to the fuel pump. There was a bracket that used to be attached to that.
Yeah.
I have a
Air pump.
front pump. Yeah, I have a front pump that was mounted on the side of it. And I took that off, but the bolt is still there attached. I put the bolt back in when I got done changing the fuel pump.
Yep.
They asked me, why'd you put the pad on? I don't know why she wouldn't need it on anyway.
Well, the upper bolt, you'll need a bolt in that hole, because if you don't put a bolt in that hole, you'll have oil leaking everywhere.
Yeah.
Oh, I
And
know
that's,
that. Oh, I know that. You mentioned about that when I watched your video about that.
because the truck that engine went in, that I've done that video on, which my 79, my daily driver, when I got that truck, it had an oil leak up front, and I popped the hood, and it's like, I looked down, it's like, yep, sure enough, there ain't a bolt in that hole, and it was leaking oil right out of that. So that's a common thing. People pull that bolt
like
out, pull that.
Luck, so.
Yep.
That sounds like a bad luck when the oil stopped pouring. I didn't realize there was a bolt you got to put in it though.
Yeah. Yeah, and it ain't a huge leak. It's just enough to cover the bottom end of everything.
Mm.
Of course, I don't know. You Mopar guys don't got to worry about that, do you, John?
No, we got other things we got to worry about. Not that.
Like ball joints.
Yeah. Yeah.
I know when I drove my
Pressure bars.
Right.
My oil pressure was going like 40. It stays on 40. And when I smash the gas more, it goes up like a 60 and then come back to 40.
Yeah.
On the oil pressure.
That's good. That's good.
Yeah, I know oil pressure is pretty good though, but I'm gonna have to replace that rear main shield when I get that part and change it all out and get that fixed, so I won't worry about that oil leaking, because I got oil leaking all underneath of my transmission cover all the way to the pan is covered oil leaking out of it.
Yeah.
Driving gauging. I already fixed the seal on the valve cover because I took the intake off because there was a bunch of black gum up stuff that was sitting on there on the center of the block and the head head rocker. I cleaned all that up back and you clean all that, took my screwdriver, clean all that. But when I noticed that on my head, there was supposed to be a hole open up for the oil to float through. That right? And I cleaned that up, and I cleaned it up real good on both heads to get that oil to float through back into the engine. Float pretty good, and no problem with it. I got good oil pressure now.
Yeah.
And I make an adjustment on that rocker arm because it's got the original factory rocker arm in it, though.
Yeah. Yeah. The original rocker arms on those small block Chevys are fine. You could gain a little bit from roller rockers or roller tip rockers, but I've spun I've used those factory roller rockers on several engines that turn past 7,000 RPM and never heard them.
Yeah, I got a 350 motor sitting in my shed, and I wanted to rebuild that one. And that motor came out of the I got it from my buddy. I got it from a junkyard. That came out of the Malibu, not Malibu. Wait a minute, 72 Monte Carlo. I'm sorry, 72 Monte Carlo. It came out of it. The 350 motor came out, and when he got the motor, he asked me to look at the body on the truck that he got was a 77 model Chevrolet truck. He asked me to look at the body of it and look at the chassis. I said, somebody's been making a cut knot on chassis frame, and he can't get nowhere to mount on. He can't mount the muffler on anyway, and the motor mount, somebody did something to the motor mount. He can't mount that motor mount up on it though. So he turned around and got rid of the truck He had no clue what to do with on that motor, so I offered him on the motor for $300 for the motor for that one. They run the numbers, case numbers on the back of that motor block, and a pin them on the front of the block to tell you what vehicle it came out of, what year, and run the numbers on the head. The head, the funny part was came out different from that motor.
Yeah.
The head came off from the 71 or 72 Corvette. And it's got that oil pressure reading on the back of that head. And I ain't never seen one like it. The guy told I talked to one of my cousins. He was no better than can't stuff. I asked him, what's this thing right here on the back of the head that's screwed in like oil pressure thing? He said, oh, most of them's like a racing one they use that. I guess it's used for racing with oil pressure on the back of that head. I never seen one like it.
Huh. I don't know if I've seen that either.
Anyway, with 71 or 72 Corvette heads, I never seen like that. But it had 202 valves, 160 valves on the other one.
Yeah.
Both of them heads. I blew my mind. I was like, oh shit, this is a high performance head. I was like,
yeah.
I'm holding on to this. I ain't get rid of it though. But the block myself, it was from a 69 to a 79 model casing number on that block. Run the VIN number on the front of the block where the alternator used to be at. Run that number. Found out it was a 74 Chevrolet Bel Air. Have you ever heard of 74 Bel Air?
74 Bel Air?
Yes, sir.
I didn't know they had the Bel Air option in 74.
Me either.
Look it up on Google. You might find it. Here's the funny part. This motor came out of a police car.
Huh.
Run the case number on the back of the thing. Both of them said police car vehicle. Well, I was like, shit, I'm holding this motor. I ain't selling it. Because this is the funny motor I ever had. Different head number than that motor. It's something funny. It came out of a police car on a 74 Bel Air. But it was put in the 72 Mike Carlo.
Huh.
Somebody was hot rod one of the car, but the motor that came out of it put into it sometime.
That's what it sounds like.
But it's funny though, when we got to the junkyard, but it was funny though. You okay?
Yeah. Oh. Yeah, we keep getting the question, are you going to be going to No Name Nationals, Dan?
John, I had no clue what the NNN stand for. I'm a clue. I'm a disability understanding what that means. But I did close captions on my computer, but no, I don't have no way to get there. That's my problem. I don't have a driver's license to drive. Because my dad wanted to drive a truck, but the truck is part of him, it's part of me. To it though. He got rid of maybe Chevy by mistake. I told him he should have never got rid of that truck. Would be a good truck, be a project truck to work on, and restore the truck back to original. Because it had the original in it though, original rear end. And somebody did a hand paint job on that 72 with a brush with a paint strip on it. And went all the way to the front of the window, all the way in the back of the tailgate. It did tailgate work, and they had the initial letter name on the end, very end of the corner of that tailgate. It was where it was located at in Florida.
Oh, wow.
My dad bought that truck from his cousin. And we had a few years, he got it running. His cousin asked him about buying the truck back. We several ways he got pissed off about it, and he said, we sold the truck so cheap for you, now you're selling it at a high price. Because we got it running, we got new parts for on the truck. And we did everything to it though. We upgraded the radiator from the small side radiator to the big radiator.
Yeah, somebody could pick you up, bring you. You're in Valdosta,
I got farm animals
Georgia.
to take. I got farm animals to take care of. I got my dog here. I got to take care of and stuff, and I got to keep the grass mowed. I'm trying to get my dad's car fixed and his lawnmower fixed at the same time. It's like shit. I got all the things going on, and I ain't got the time to get everything to it. Especially when you get bad weather and rain and everything, you can't do anything with the weather. I don't have a shop.
Yeah.
I got the driveway. I got two in the shed. I got the driveway right there to work on to it. That's the only thing I can do. And I feel like shit crap. But I keep telling my dad years ago, get a shed that we can work on it out of the rain where I can work on a pickle. He asked me what kind of shed shop you're looking for. I told him, well, how did you get a 30 by 30 or 80 by 100? He said, are you on drugs? No, I don't do drugs. You know that. He's asking that simple damn question.
I'll take an 80 by 100.
Right.
Yeah.
I like that. I like the 80 by 100 because it's pretty big. Because you can go at the
Yep.
big end of the shop and build your home at the end of the shop inside to it, and the rest of the other shop be bigger work. The link's on my channel. Just go on Facebook and type in the oh man, my phone is paging. Somebody's paging me on this phone here. It's vibrating like crazy, and I was like, "What the hell is paging me?" Oh, the hunting club.
You okay over there, Chad?
I'm good.
Yeah, I like to
Yeah.
go hunting when I want to do. I want to
Yeah,
get
Oh, okay.
hot meat though. I get some hot meat, and I want to get something to go hungry on it though. Okay, on my Facebook page, let's go to Georgia 73 87 GM Square Body Truck Group and 89 to 90 Suburban.
Got it.
And you will find me there on my truck. If you want to be a member of that, you can be welcome to it though, and I'll set you in a member to it though. And I'm trying to get you in there too, Jack, but if you wanted to come in there too.
Yeah, if you've sent me an invite to it, I'll double check everything because, like I said,
I'm trying to figure out how to send it to you, but I can't. I mean, I got your.
There should be if you got your site, you should have like an invite deal off to the side, like invite people and push that.
Yeah, no,
but
I'm trying to send invite you, but I'm trying to find your. I did find your square bike site. I did find yours on Facebook, but I was trying to invite you into mine, but I can't figure out how to do that with yours the other way.
Actually, because my square body stuff page is like a business page, and it for some reason it don't act the same as like a personal page. I've got it. My other Facebook page is Chad Cohen Square Body Stuff, and that's my personal page.
I got most of the people posting stuff on here for truck parts and stuff, and new holster, that custom made holster for the vehicles and everything else. Part replacement on vehicle, and there's also a video I post on here on my page from YouTube about a 73 to 87 GMC truck fender sheet metal alignment replacement, everything to it.
Okay.
Are you okay, Chad?
Yeah.
Am I pissing you off or something?
Oh no! I've got bugs flying around me that are like flying. I got big bugs because I'm sitting outside of my shop right now. I got big bugs flying in on me, and I'm trying to fight them off. So, like, I've been stopping on these guys that have been.
I think Chad and I have a touch of the same thing afflicting us.
Yeah, I see it. That's pretty big, though. I don't want to be around with that thing flying around my face. Especially they get
Yeah,
bugging
I
my
mean,
ears
they'd be
and
like,
make a buzzer sound. I was like,
that was a dead one.
Just remember, Chad, he has friends.
Yeah, I know. This one's alive. If he bites me, I would squeal like a girl.
Yeah. Chad, your camera it cut it in and out. I don't know what's going on here though.
I mean, that's why I've got to sit out in front of my shop or underneath my awning on my shop with the door open with the bugs, so I get good internet reception. Because if I shut the door,
Oh.
then it's pretty bad.
It sounds like we gotta extend your
Well,
shop door,
Get
Chad.
your two bud zappers.
Yeah,
Hang you in the middle of the shop.
yeah, a bug zapper.
That'll
There you
work.
go.
They kill them by the time they hear that bud zapper. Like, what the hell up there? The bud zapper snapping on top of the roof.
I got a 45 caliber bug zapper, but I don't think my wife or the neighbors would appreciate that right now.
My buddy down the road from me across the field, he had one in his shop. He put a bud zapper on top of the shop. His shop had metal roofing. He put a bud zapper on there with a rope on it, tied it to it, and it broke. I don't have a YouTube channel right now, but I'm trying to learn how to set my own YouTube channel up. So I'm trying to learn that right now. Right now, I did do a video on YouTube a couple years back, but I was trying to learn how to get the channel set up and everything. But I'm still trying to figure out how to do it right now.
Yeah.
I don't have a Wi-Fi laptop and stuff to set up to show how to work on the truck and everything else, like you're doing, what you do. And man, you act like a panic when you're freaking out on everything. Like you're allergic to it.
I don't like bugs. It was a big one. It snuck up on me.
Are you allergic to mosquito flies or wasp nest or something?
No, I just don't like bugs.
By something though.
I mean, I would literally be okay if a black bear, which we have black bears around here, if a black bear walked up to me, I'd be like, "Hey, bro, no problem." Bug? No, sir. I don't feel good with the bugs.
Well, we get around here. We get mosquito flies. One and damn legs make your engine crazy. I was like, good Lord. I had enough. I'm closing the hood down and I'm going back in the house. This thing is biting me to that ear.
Yep. I've shut her down before because the bugs.
So if you have shorts on, they bite you in the leg when you wear shorts on. You wear pants on, they won't bite you.
Yeah, I don't wear shorts outside.
John, and
Chad, everything you've done in your life to this point has prepared you for this.
What was that, John?
Chad, everything you've ever done in your life has prepared you for this live.
Oh, yes, sir. The bugs, the everything. I think, amazingly, I do not have a bug in my glass.
There's still time.
Now that you said so, Chad, one's going to show up.
So I think that's a sign. I'll be right back. There's nothing in my glass. Yeah, I need to get a refill.
What kind of drink you drinking that glass? You drinking whiskey?
No, it is actually Captain Morgan rum.
I think Jack Daniel honey.
Well, I used to drink Crown Royal apple. Like a half gallon in less than a week, and that gets expensive at $65 a bottle. So I had to find something that was cheaper. Not that I'm proud of the fact.
Better than a big bottle.
Well, then you just got to buy more of them, and they cost more by the little bottle.
Right.
Oh,
Yeah.
what is it, about $14? $14
So-
for the Jack Daniel bottle with the shorter bottle. I get the short one. $14.
So funny,
For the big bottle one,
funny
they talk about
story.
$28 for the big bottle.
Funny story. You know how I was talking like a few minutes ago? If a black bear come up here, I'd be like, "Hey, bro, yeah,
Right.
my cat just ran out in front, and he's eating the bugs. He's doing a good job. I don't know if you can see him, shop cat, but he jumped out, and I jumped. Yeah, so maybe the black bear story's a little bit of a stretch.
Just a wee bit.
Yeah, buddy. I
Leave
get
it.
my liquor. I get my liquor at the military base. I buy them cheap because they got a discount on it though.
You get a discount on the what?
Military bases buy the liquor.
Oh,
You don't pay tax on them though.
I need to check into that.
If you have a military ID to get into the military base, you can get into it. You buy liquor on a military base with the military ID.
Oh, okay.
It's got mine is good for life. Because when they gave me my ID, because they damaged my hearing when I was 11 months old, they gave me adult medication stuff that damaged my hearing and it burns the nerve system. I'm hearing though. And that's why my right ear is completely full deaf. I'm half deaf in my left ear and I wear a hearing aid in it. That's why I got this special headphone that had the ear mode thing to feel the vibration in my ear.
Okay. So,
And, I'm also do. Yeah.
our friend
sign
Richard.
language also.
Okay. I could show you the only sign language I know, but it'd probably be offensive to everybody. But
I have a feeling
and that's a joke. That's a joke.
Yep, I knew it was that finger.
But so Richard Pratt, a good friend of ours, he wasn't. Can you? I don't know if you could focus in with your camera on the fish.
Speed up again.
Well, we keep seeing the fish, and you've talked about it. Richard's wanting to see that fish.
Yeah, I know everybody keeps fussing about the damn fish on the walls, but they have cameras going in and out, in and out.
I mean, it's yeah, it keeps panning in and out, so we can't get a good shot of it.
Right, it would just be there for like a few seconds.
Yeah.
I know
that's a big fish.
With the
Yeah,
cameras out. I got. When
how
I get offline, I'm gonna have to do the reset on my camera because I don't know why my camera's doing this resetting. So I put update the software for my camera, updated it, and they gave me any feature stuff for the camera hooked up to it though, and it did automatic zooming if you wanted that, and I did not go in there reset it, set it back up like it's supposed to be in the original factory, but now they gave me an optic upgrade software for my camera, and now it's got that automatic zooming, and I didn't even realize I had that, but I had to go into the settings, take the automatic zoom off, and leave it directly the way it is, like I had before.
Yeah.
I mean, this right now is going to zoom back and forth. It's going to drive everybody's eyes crazy. It's like, damn, they're going to go dizzy in a minute getting to it.
Well, I want to be honest with you. It's actually intriguing because it like keeps you. It keeps your brain active on it. And honestly, not making fun of it. It's actually it's been really cool because it's like live action.
Yeah.
Live action Zoom.
Camera follow you. I did that. My camera did that. It followed me when I moved to it though.
That's kind of stuff I'd like to be able to use in my YouTube stuff because just be able to stand there and shop because when you're standing there doing one thing and I can't like reach out and make my camera focus on me. But if it auto zoomed in and out like that, it would add a certain something to the video. Like
they also can move the angle a little bit. They move the angle a little bit on the inside of the camera. They move the angle a little bit and zoom in and out. Mine did it automatically. I did not notice that they did that. When I first
it's like
upgrade the
it's
software,
like moving.
Yeah, something like that. It moves over to it, doesn't it? But when I test the software, I found out the camera moved one direction to the other when I walk away from it. It follows me. I come back, it goes back to where it is. I was like, well, shoot, the camera just do that.
Richard Pratt sums it up. This is fucking awesome. the camera zooming is like.
I mean, it's almost what you're saying. I think
you're not doing that.
The way it was doing though. I think he probably you might need one too.
You're not doing it on purpose. It's just doing on its own.
Yeah, do it on itself automatically though.
Well, because it almost. I mean, it seems like it's like panning in on you at a certain point. Like you're doing it because it looks really, really cool. It really does. I'm not joking. It looks really cool because
mine's the Logitech High Definition Pro camera, and it's got the microphone built into it, and it's got the lights closed up on the side, and it tells you when you're on live camera.
Because
I had this camera for a couple of years, and I'm happy with it though.
Bad Tree Productions is wanting to know what model it is. Yeah, I know you just said it, but
let me. I think this camera might be a 930 model. I'm not exactly sure, but I know it's a Logitech High Definition model. So I think it's a 930 or a 920 model. I'm not exactly sure, but you can go on the Logitech website and they'll pull up the webcam up, and you type in the 920 or 930 model. They'll give you a camera that shows black on the cross side of it. They have no light go on the side, speakers on microphone on the side. They'll have that. They had also be clip on your monitor screen up top or your laptop.
Okay. Cool.
Because mine's clipped on the monitor right now because it's got that leg thing to it. You can adjust the leg the way your monitor sit on, and also will sit up on your camera stand. And you have to hold it on the bottom of it to screw it into your camera stand and sit still. If you have a smaller camera stand leg or the big camera stand leg, one of those. Tripod, I think that's what they call it.
I got a little tripod I use for this.
Yeah.
Little shorty.
Yeah, use yours for your.
That kind of sums up my life, the short stuff, but.
Yeah. Mine's mounted on top of the monitor. Mine's just hooked up to a desktop computer with a monitor hooked up to it, though. And mine worked pretty well. I never had any problem with this camera. It worked great. I had it for so many years, and it worked great for me.
Yeah.
Hold on a second. Somebody saying something about it. No, it's not. It's supposed to be a 920 or 930 model Logitech camera with high definition. It's supposed to be. I don't know where you get the T800 or T930 yet, but I know one is called the 930, 920.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I'm not sure where he's coming up with those numbers.
Most of the other model cameras, like a business camera, they have a next thing zoom up, had a round camera, and they had to operate for commercial business camera type. And they had like a remote control. Yeah, they had the remote control on the camera, make the camera move in direction to it. it's up for business for cameras on the website stuff. That's a expensive camera. Don't need that. I use mine's just the basic one. I got mine for like somewhere between $20 to $30 for this camera, and it worked great. I never had any complain about it. Welcome back, John. What happened here? Your camera went away.
No, I'm here. I wouldn't miss this.
Oh, his camera's not on there. I don't know why he's not pulling up.
Well, John will pop in and out.
You never know.
Yeah.
Richard, you talking to me or are you talking to someone?
That comment, he was talking to me because I said something about short stuff and being short. I was talking about my short tripod and being short. Because Richard is like Richard. I've met Richard in person.
I'd like to get one.
Richard is
the small one like you got, the one that's made for my camera to screw into it. But I do have the tall one because mine had the I have a small camera that does the small tape setting that goes inside the camera. I can't remember what the name of it now, but the small camera, but it's called 8mm type of tape.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
That kind of a camera to carry a small one of those, and they had that, and I bought me a stand to go with it, and I hooked my webcam on the stand and tried to see if it worked. It fits right in there perfectly, without the adapter.
Yeah,
screwed right in. Works.
Yeah, most of your tripods are kind of universal.
But I had a 8mm camera. I had mine for so long time, and now it quit working. My uncle got one, and he passed away by the time last year or 2 years ago. He passed away. My aunt gave it to me. Well, I actually gave it to me, but I actually offered her for the price on the camera. I wanted to buy it because it's the only camera that worked. Because she told me about the other camera that had the VHS tape camera. You can't buy a battery for those cameras anymore. So they don't make them anymore for that type. The old big camera with a VHS tape in it, though, they don't make them anymore. But they were still making a battery and an 8mm tape for that camera, the smaller one. So
Richard,
I have that one, and I kept that one in the bag put up for now until I get a new set of batteries for that one. I'm going to replace the battery because the battery's probably pretty old, so I might put a new battery in it and recharge it up and use it though.
Yeah.
But
Richard,
I'm also need the adapter.
Yeah. All right, Richard. We'll. I think Blake from Bad Tree is going to cut out on us. He's got to go to bed, and Richard's going to cut out. He's got to go to bed. So good night, guys. We'll.
Good night,
we're gonna.
y'all. And
continue on.
Hanging
We're gonna
out
continue this
here,
party.
It's 12:52 a.m. here at my time here. I don't know what your time is down there. You're here too.
11:53. We're an hour behind you.
That's the same for me,
Yeah,
Chad.
you're about an hour behind me.
Yeah. So, Jacob, where you?
Illinois.
Probably Illinois. Okay.
Yeah. I'm probably.
I'm sorry.
I forgot to say, Chad. I'm probably 2 hours away from Jay.
Okay. Not too far away from me.
Nope.
In the YouTube world, I mean, it's like, used to, an hour away was a long ways, but now it's like I know people all over the country and.
Right.
Yeah, I'm from Georgia and I'm nearby the Florida state line in Georgia. Like an hour. I'd say maybe an hour, maybe a few hours from the Florida state line. in the South Georgia area, though.
We'll see you later, Axel Addict. Appreciate you stopping in. I think Ugly Truck Experience. Apparently, they've been just watching, enjoying the show, and
Yeah,
I appreciate you guys watching.
In a way, they thought to fall asleep.
Yeah, Ugly Truck Experience is just about an hour west of me.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
In the grand scheme of things, they're
Good
kind of
night,
neighbors
John.
to me.
You're going to bed, John?
I'm not sure what
I see you
John's.
got fish.
It says good night,
I
gentlemen.
see you got fish on
Well,
it. Say
shit,
good night,
John,
gentlemen.
I
He's
don't see
going to
any.
bed,
I
too.
see
He's
us
got fish
3 guys
time.
or 4 guys in here, but I don't see any gentlemen.
You got to go fishing tomorrow, John?
No, I just had a fish on my wall, but I thought I'd bring him up here. You know, he can hang out. He can hang out with us for a minute before I bolt.
But, well, you go catch the bass fish. This is the bass fish right here. This is the real one. My grandpa fished. I got it when he passed away,
This fish will go in the book. This fish is going in the registration book. Believe me.
I caught a few fish my time back then, a couple of years ago. I caught about 14 fish in one day.
Wow.
On a boat.
Golly.
Yeah. It was me and my dad, stepmom, stepbrother went out going fishing on a boat. We was renting out a man's boat that he's going to be driving the boat and everything. He had all his fishing pole already set up. He asked me what bait I wanted to use. I told him, "Give me a swim on it if you got one." Okay, so swim on it. I threw that line out far as I go. And I thought, well, it ain't real slow. He said that bob on it was shake back and forth. And I just keep on jerking it like that. Keep reeling it, jerking slowly. Bam, got a fish bite on it, reel it all in. Reeling that cooler, throw another line out, bail in. On the last big one, I took that line and I just threw it out real hard all the way out and far. Dad looked at me and said, "Are you a Hookley or something throwing that line out?" Well, I'm just getting the fish that I want to catch. I just catch the last fish and I brought it on in. I keep catching. We're catching about 14 fish we catch.
Wow.
That was pretty good. I really like to get me a boat too, but the guy rock on a boat is ridiculous right now.
Yeah.
I wish I wouldn't have had it. I wish my dad wouldn't have. If me and my dad got together, went and bought that boat for my grandpa, wouldn't have had that pontoon boat. That's a good pontoon boat. I put all my hours time on that pontoon boat, picking that damn boat up, and my grandpa turned around and sold it.
Yeah.
Wire, everything on that boat, new lights on the boat he wants on it, a brand new air horn in it, and a fuse block, and I had all my parts I had put on that boat. And I had a part to that lay around, put right on that boat, picked it up.
Yeah.
But he had the floors redone on the boat. He put one of wing floor stuff down, not the wood, but the plastic stuff, whatever that is, the wing floor stuff that you put down on the floor of the boat. It's not wood, but it's kind of like a plastic, like a cutting board.
Oh, okay.
Thing.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
It's some wing stuff what you use on the boat stuff. Put all that down from the back all the way to the front of that boat. On the pontoon boat, you have to take everything off that boat, the seat and everything taken off, start from scrap through the whole entire floor. Yeah, you got enough. I went by you, I seen that.
Yeah.
Anyway, we done all that floor and everything. I put so much time in there. We wired that boat up and put lights in it and everything for him. And the light that I put on that boat with the LED quality lights on that boat. And all my switches I had for that boat switch and the horn is an air horn boat. Mount around horn underneath the he's got a hole around it here the horn. But that thing is so damn loud, that horn blowing, air horn. I mean, seriously, Grandpa didn't realize that when he pushed that button on there. Grandpa me to damn that ain't loud. I told you the air horn is loud. I got two of them mounted on the boat. Right there to it. One, the other one was grounded in, the other two bit connected to the switch, and I put two air horn on that boat. He realized how loud that was. He thought I was going to put one, but I just did two because that's the only one I had, two.
John Wilbur's asking Dan.
John, I went to the free market down here in Georgia one time. There was, I think it was at Albany, Georgia, or Ada, Georgia, somewhere around there. There's a flea market there on the side of the road. I went to the flea market. They have all the old Nintendo game stuff they had there, and some of the games I have for high price on Nintendo games, the old ones. And I think you ever remember having one of those to play with it though.
Oh yeah.
Because I played it back in the 80s. I had that Nintendo game. I played it back in the 80s.
Yep, we had that when I was a kid.
Man, I'll tell you what, I got 25 games from that Nintendo played back in the 80s. All 25 games. I had the big, huge controller thing you hold in your hands just like this.
With the joystick? Yep.
That's the old style. I had that thing. I should have never got rid of it. My dad taught me to give it to that boy that wants to play it. Because if Perry was worked up to the hospital, my dad was worked at the hospital too. And the young boy needs something to play. So my dad talked me in about giving him that old PlayStation. I mean, not the old PlayStation, but the old Nintendo. I have.
Yeah.
I should have kept it though for that much. I enjoy that game. I play a lot. We family together play a lot of games on it though. I play a pinball game. Me and Mama love the pinball game, and I play the trick block with me and Dad because Daddy loves the trick block more. It was fun. I play the other games I play on like the Newspaper Boy, Airwolf, Knight Rider, and some other games I had on there that I play. On it, there was 25 games that I had. And I have the wood box thing that had a slice in it, kept all the games in there. 25 games that had into it. Had the regular original controller with two of them, and the big controller with a joystick on top. That's the one they had. And now I got the Wii games, and I still have that one. I don't have that many games on the Wii game to play, but I have the PlayStation 2 with 25 games on that one. I lost that one. My mom lost it. I don't know how she did it. She lost my PlayStation 2 with 25 games. I had the best game on there playing. So my brother got me about 2-3 years ago. He got me, my birthday was the PlayStation 3 at a pawn shop. Pawn shop set up the Blu-ray won't even play. Blu-ray with the movie, the disc on a Blu-ray.
Yeah.
So I put one of my regular discs, and you play the movie on a regular disc. You can't play one on the Blu-ray. So I did a research online to a Blu-ray on it, and I saw a video on YouTube about how to fix it, the PlayStation with the Blu-ray. I ordered a part for it though, and I put it in it, put it all back together, boot it up, everything come up on screen good, put that Blu-ray disc in there, boom, here it goes, start playing the game. I enjoyed it. It worked pretty great for me all the years I had it now. And now I got the Xbox One original version, not the Xbox S X, but Xbox One, which is the original version.
Yeah.
And this one's got the 1 terabyte hard drive in it, though. I run the serial number on it from the Xbox Microsoft website. Tell you what that is, and it's a 1 terabyte hard drive that was in it. Because the my brother, my mom bought it for my brother. My brother don't even play it anymore. He gave it to me. So it had a sticker on the bottom and it says 600 gigabytes. But when I run the serial number on it on the Xbox Microsoft website, I know the register my Xbox, it says 1 terabyte hard drive.
Huh.
Now, I'm playing the heck of a game. I download most of the game on there playing. The only favorite game I play on is the Call of Duty games I play. The Call of Duty Black Ops 4. I play that game on there, and I go on my what's the name of that site that goes hook up to that game to it? I think it's called Twitch TV. I don't know if you heard of that or not, but
Oh,
that
No,
one, yeah. Twitch TV, everybody goes on there on that Twitch TV chatting thing. They watch someone play the game, video game on it, do all the talking stuff. But I didn't do no talking, I didn't have no microphone, so I just played the game on it. They just watched me playing.
yeah.
I put in, say, Call of Duty, Blackout, Offset 4, and I put down Jeff on that one to play on that one. And everybody just watched me playing that. They were connected that together and it played on it. And I had it on my computer here. I don't matter. Xbox connect to my TV and they watched me play the games onto it. And next thing I know, everybody in my chat room was talking about the game to play. And I hear one of the players got pissed off about it and played the game. And they said, "Find squirrel, find squirrel." They said, "Where's the squirrel at?" Never mind, I found him. He got me already, and I gotta find him, which is me. I'm the squirrel.
Oh.
Squirrel hunter. I'm squirrel hunter. What they call me out there. I go hunt for squirrels in the woods for squirrel meat. And that's why I call the name called Squirrel Hunter. The squirrel.
Squirrel
Everybody call me
hunter.
squirrel and all that shit out of it. And I get to laughing at them, but they were trying to find me, and I keep running the other way, they go the other way, and they trying to hit me, and they trying to figure out where I'm at. I'm like a sniper squirrel hunter out there just getting them out there trick. And they all got mad at me. They send me messages on my Xbox messages. And I said, well, then I told them I'm deaf, can't hear. And I think back to it, and he got the guy in the room said, "Oh hell, squirrel's deaf. He can't hear. He's just playing his game." And I'm sitting there, keep on playing. Hey, I can hear everybody else just shouting shit crazy, getting all mad about it. They don't even know I'm deaf or tell the difference between deaf and hearing differently though. I'm sitting there just listening to him, and I'm laughing myself when this guy just gets mad about everything else.
Yeah.
I saw one. I saw this on YouTube one time. A man was trying to play his grandson's game. I got mad at it, cussing the heck out of it, real so bad. Wife come in and say, "What's the matter?" He threw that controller at that TV, cracked the TV screen. Man, he got mad at the game. He couldn't figure out how to play the game for the play on it though.
Chad, I can see Ryan doing that.
He figured it out. He get mad about it.
Yeah.
Throw the controller out of it. Man, I got crazy with mine. I played that game. I get a little bit crazy. I have to slow down and not get carried away too much on mine, talk too loud on my game.
Yeah.
Anybody can hear me through my damn doors. He said, "Man, chill out, man, chill down. You're getting too loud."
Oh.
Okay. Loud. And I need to adjust myself a little bit because I'm talking too fast. It's hard for anybody to understand when I'm talking too fast and trying to slow it down.
Ah,
It's hard
we're
to
getting it.
understand.
Yep.
I took
Well, I tell you what.
special speech class that I took with my speaking to it, and I speak too fast, and sometimes speaking correctly, though, you got to get the words corrected. I did have trouble with my word spelling. I know I can always pick up the shorter word, but I can't pick up the longer word.
Yeah.
With my disability, like I have, though, I can pick up longer words. I mean, the shorter words, but I can't pick up the longer words for now. And I'm also trying to speak to it. I did one time in high school, and my teacher looking at me like trying to speak. When I understand what I'm saying, I'm speaking too damn fast when I'm going to it, though. And I'm trying to control myself, just slow it down to get them to understand me because I was speaking too fast, like I'm going to a different language speaking. I mean, my dad very much understand me, but it's just sometimes I speak too fast. My dad told me that he said to raise head down like this, just put my voice down control and slow it down and speaking though, because
Yeah.
I go too fast to speak. I have trouble with the disability on that one, so that's why. And
No, you're not going too
yeah,
fast for
yeah,
me to understand. Actual Addict says I got some threats flying around in the background. I'm not seeing some bugs
yeah, I
flying
saw
around
that
behind
when you
me.
talked
So.
about your face.
Right.
Yeah, I saw that. One of them went by your face when I saw that a minute ago. It went right by your face, and I see it now flying behind your head or something.
Yeah, I can see plenty of them out there, but I can't see the ones behind me. They're sneaking up on me.
Yeah,
Pretty soon,
I
Chet's
know
gonna
they
end up
got the
killing them
shop
with his
door
hat.
while you're outside just flying around. It'd be nice to have like a screen door on the front of your shop. Would be nice to sit out there in the cool
Yeah.
summertime.
Yeah.
I seen one somewhere that somebody had one made that had a sliding screen door, slide down thing,
Yep.
goes down one, and that one an
Yep.
easy one.
They had
Yeah.
they had
That'd
something
be
similar to
nice.
that on. It had something similar to
Yeah.
that on TV where it had magnets where just you walk in, then just magnets. And, the moment you walk out, the magnets close right back together, and you don't have to worry about
Yep.
bugs or. But you would have to get a really. You would have to make a. You would have to probably get a bunch of those, Chad, to make a custom one.
Yeah. At work, we've got, of course, it's a food grade facility, so
Right.
and to let fresh air in, open the big doors. They got big screens,
Yeah.
screen doors that come down, and
Yeah,
so let
that's
the
the one I was
air
talking
come in
about.
and out. Yeah, that'd be nice. I'm not can't afford that right now. I just deal with the bugs.
Yeah,
Right.
nobody can, but all the prices going up and everything else. And
Yeah.
now they're talking about the colony, about something about Mexico stuff that's coming in, and they're trying to stop them, wherever they Title Code 42, whatever it is. I heard on that CNN news shit, they all talking about it. They're trying to stop the Mexicans from coming back in because they have been in the U.S. already. They're trying to stop them more from coming in. Where they're
Yeah.
talking about it, though. I don't know, some code they're talking about. Code 42 or something, Title 42 or something, whatever it is. I'm not so sure.
Yeah, I haven't kept up on that, but I tell you what, I'm gonna have to jump off of here because I've got to get up in like a few hours to go to work in the morning.
Yeah. Yeah,
Hold
Chad,
on a second.
I'll get a hold of you sometime tomorrow about the hat.
John is mentioned something here on here. It says, let's go around in the panel with the word each one of you would do fixing the governor was starting with Dan. I don't know about that Dan, John, but I might pretty much agree to that with my disability though for that one. But my dad was elected one time. They were trying to do an election meeting thing set up, see whoever get to it. My dad was one of them who ran to it, but they were trying to send the bill to my dad about paying for the sign and everything. That sign came out of my money paying for it. My dad didn't pay for it. I paid for it. So I took that damn paper. I went to the county up there, told them, you take this damn thing back here that I paid for all that sign with my money. It came out of my money paying for all that sign.
Huh.
Magnet stickers on my dad's car and all the stand signs, everything came out of my money pocket paying for it. To help my dad get him run to it. Never did do it though. They dropped that paper. They didn't hear about it no more. So they apologized about sending the bill for it though, because I paid for everything out of my pocket money with my credit card.
Yeah.
But now I got to get the credit card paid off, get out of debt free on that one, so I can start looking somewhere for better land to give on if I want to. Dad said I could build a house out here on the corner of the property, no problem. All right, no problem. I could build me a log cabin right there in the corner, be that way. I just have a small log cabin, better than like 900 square foot, better for me.
Yeah.
Most people usually build their own cabin. I saw one on YouTube. They build their own log cabin by themselves. If you cut down your own tree on the land you own, you can build a log cabin yourself, which is pretty cool.
Yeah. Yeah. Emily, Jerry, I'll see you guys at the. Yeah. We'll see you this weekend, Emily and Jeremy or Jerry. Sorry, I'm about to.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm getting pretty tired. So
Lucky Truck there that way. Say if you're driving a Lucky Truck, but he had that name called Lucky Truck. It's funny.
Yeah. They've got a really cool YouTube channel, so go check them out. So anyways, I'm gonna go ahead and end this off. I need to get to bed. So
do my YouTube channel too. I gotta figure out how to do mine.
Yeah.
If I can get somebody to help me how to do it though, but I had no clue how to do the YouTube channel.
Yeah, it's a process. You just have to. I had to muddle my way through figuring it all out, and I'm sure you'll be able to figure it out. I mean, you're doing pretty good on this live and everything, so
it just takes time.
Yeah, it takes time. So anyway.
Yeah, I tried. Yeah, YouTube gave me an email. They sent me an email about if you want to do a channel, create a channel name. I had already had a channel name, but I just can't figure out how to get the channel started. That's the problem. Get it going, everything, do a live video chat. I don't have a certain type of camera, but right now my phone, it's got tape on it right now because my case is fixing to fall apart, and I had this phone for 4 years. I'm ready for a new phone. This is a Samsung Galaxy S9 Plus phone. This is the best phone I ever get. I'm ready for a new phone. Get me the Samsung Galaxy 2023 S Plus new model. I'm planning on getting me that one. This one's the S9 Plus on this one. Best one I ever had. Because it's got a fingerprint on the back of it for a security code because anybody can't get into the phone without a fingerprint.
Yeah.
Plus the screen code too, same thing, they have both, so it's better security on the phone. I like it, it's pretty good. Anyway, I like to give me a laptop that I could do a travel with a laptop because I'm doing a family research geology on family research stuff I'm doing. Working on a family tree. because my family tree goes back. Ooh, well, back I recall my uncle found more information over there. Like went back too far back before Jesus was born. All my generation tree went backwards onto it though. And as far as I know right now, it was 1200 AD. As far as I know right now, but my uncle found one to say you go backwards. When you hit that button backwards, you go back more. I didn't go all the way back to Jesus was born. I did not realize it. And the only thing I did was 1200 on my side. I did one on my mama's side. My mama's side went back a little bit more than my daddy's side was. So both generations came from England. I did not know that where I would come from came from England. One of them was Scotland. One of them was in Wales. And when I did my DNA on it, it shows it that way in my DNA when I showed how far back I traveled. I got many codes listed on there. How many? I got plenty good. I got Beirut was listed in there on mine. I got the president listed on mine.
Oh wow!
I was like, shit. I got a few presidents that were listed on my family tree. Beirut was listed on my family tree. I got John Wayne listed on there. I got. I don't think I put up my phone. I remember I have everything put up on there. I did it. I got family tree on my phone. I hard to bring it up on my computer to get it slowly on the computer though. I just upgrade the memory on the computer. What's the matter, Chad? You having a problem?
I'm about ready to pass out, buddy. I need to get to sleep. I need to go to sleep.
John, the family trees I did, if you do a family tree generation on yours, the geology of it, you might go to Ancestry.com, do the family tree, start it there, you do a DNA test also, and you'll go back with your family trees if you can go one. That's what I did. Chad, you're probably tired, man. I'll tell you that. Your eyes are ready to fall out.
Yeah. I just got to be working.
But I'm probably making you sleepy though by the time you're ready to go to bed.
Nah, it's all right. I appreciate you coming on here. I am gonna have to cut this off though, man. Because I've got to work another 8, 16, 8, whatever that adds up to. That's what I got to work the next couple of days.
You got to work a lot of crazy hours. Let's just go with that.
So anyway, I'm gonna cut this off.
Yeah, Chad. Sometime tomorrow I'll get a hold of you about a hat.
Yeah. Hit me up about that, Jacob. Just be patient with me on getting back to you. Hit me up on. Of course, if you hit me up on, I know you use Instagram a lot.
Right.
But the thing is, on Instagram, I don't get the alerts on Instagram like I do Facebook.
Okay, yeah.
So if you hit me up on Facebook, I'm more likely to respond to you in a more timely manner.
Right. Or I was thinking about possibly sending you my phone number on Instagram.
Yeah, that's fine. That'd be fine. Yeah.
Sorry, Connor. Go ahead and talk. And you were talking first. I didn't mean to interrupt you, though.
That's all right. He's just trying to give me some information. So I'm gonna have to get off here before I just fall asleep on this, and it goes for
hours and hours and hours.
5 hours of me asleep. So I appreciate you coming in here, Dan and Jacob.
Yep.
Yeah, I'll look you up on Facebook and stuff and try to get on that Facebook page and everything. For everybody out there still watching, I appreciate you hanging out. It's been a long one.
Yeah, what I do, I can
And
hang out. My time I can share I can do is hang out and share information with anybody with legal stuff. I do a lot of legal
yeah,
research sometimes, and I do look up parts what I need and
yeah,
everything else. And I sometimes I have friends that need help look for parts. Look for I help them researching, and I print out paper that the show needs and get the part you need to go get what you need for. And plus, I have the co-reader tools, what does for OB1 and OB2
yeah.
co-reader tools. Because the OB2,
Okay.
I'm skipping, OB1 we go from a 95 to an 82 model.
Yeah,
I did not realize that most of the cars will have a throttle body in it. On a pickup truck, it had carburetors at the time till 87. They put in throttle body on 87.
yeah.
Okay,
All
the
right.
information of
Well,
the president I have on my family tree, I have George Washington, Abraham Lincoln, Thomas Jefferson, uh, Andrew Jackson, Franklin Roosevelt, and Teddy Roosevelt. Um, let's see what here. There was a okay. Here's one name that's strange to me. My dad mentioned this one from the United Kingdom. It's Winston Churchill, which is kind of a weird name. Never heard of that one. And Richard Nixon, one with a strange nose look,
yeah,
president. I guess he's on here. He's also part of the family tree. He's on that one. And the Mr. Johnson also was the president. Also, I got him listed on it. Well, after Kennedy died, when Johnson took over, though. You know which one I'm talking about?
no, I'm not real sure.
John F. Kennedy?
Oh, John F. Kennedy. Yeah,
Yeah, John F. Kennedy died, and Mr. John Johnson took over, and John Kennedy's wife, stand by Mr. Johnson, was married to him when he would become the president of the United States.
yeah.
And he's listed right in the family kid to it. And also I got Princess Diana.
Oh wow.
Yeah,
Oh, that's cool.
that's pretty cool. And I also got a bunch of scientists listed on there, the family tree. Also, I got John Brownie listed into it too. But the John Brownie firearm listed on here. And I got you remember history stories told about the the Writing brothers that was making airplanes trying to fly?
Yeah,
I got both of them on listed in there too, on my ancestry list on science down to it. And also, okay, I got the art and entertainment, the Mark Twain,
wow.
and Bill Buffalo Bill, I'm sorry, Buffalo Bill. See,
Chad, did you read
Walt
what John put in the chat?
Disney. Got Walt Disney listed on here too.
Walt
John
Disney.
Wayne.
Wow. John Wayne.
Yeah. John Wayne was listed on here. Elvis Presley.
have his birthday.
That was with, let's see who else I got on there. Okay, Marty Moore. I can't pronounce her name spell, but she's one of the famous artists. Action show of it. Shirley Temple and Lucy Bell was that show of I Love Lucy. I Love Lucy.
Oh well. Wow.
That's her right there. She made that famous show that she made.
Yeah.
I got her listed on there, and I got the trailblazer. All the people who are trailblazers are listed in here to live, which is about trailblazers listed on there. I got the Emma Earhart listed on here. Neil Neil Armstrong, which is the astronaut. I got him listed. I know it ain't blow your mind that anybody lives on here with my family tree listed part of the ancestral party connected back to it though.
Wow.
And I also got the hockey players that were listed on here too. This is as far back I can go. That's the players. I got so many credits listed, so I'm going to science it listed, and history on it though.
All right. Well, I'm gonna have to cut this off and get to bed, buddy. I
Yeah, I know
appreciate
you
everybody
get
being on
bed
here.
too.
Yeah.
Anytime, Chad.
Yep. All right. Well.
Yeah. Everybody thought. Yeah.